Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Well, let's give the YouTubes a second to catch up with us. Hang on. Hi. A little bit crooked here. Just a little bit. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Well, while I'm waiting, you guys are here. While I'm waiting for it to catch up with us, thumbs up. If you would give the video a thumbs up, I would love that. Okay. So let's see. What are we seeing? We tried something new this morning with the internet. And well, oh, goodness to gracious, great balls of fire and all those things. Let's give it a sec, friends, because I am looking very, very, oh, there we go. Better. I was looking very, I don't even know if you could call it blurry, but whatever was happening. We're trying something new with the internet. Uh, all right, good. Hi. Hi. Good morning. Happy Saturday. It is the 18th of freaking April. Do you guys believe it? Like, how in the world? April's on, well, more than halfway over. I don't even know. Time is like flying. Anyhow, welcome to you. Happy Saturday. If we haven't met before, my name is Layle. I have a business called Layle by Mail. When I am not traveling, we are here on Saturday mornings on my YouTube channel. For the most part, sometimes we switch it up a little bit, but for the most part, we are here on Saturday mornings on my YouTube channel doing what I like to call creative listing. So a couple of days beforehand, I publish a couple of list topics or prompts on my blog at laylebymail.com. An email goes out, and then we get together and we play. I play. You guys do all different kinds of things. Sometimes you are listing with me. Sometimes you are working on another crafty project. Sometimes you are working. Sometimes you are playing. Sometimes you're driving. Sometimes you're cleaning the house, all different kinds of things. But it all kind of came out of the very early days of the pandemic when we were all starved for lots of connection. And we're still here. We're still here doing it. So 6 years later, like I said, when I'm not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel. Deep breath there. There are a number of products that I will be using today in our creative list. You'll find lots of links in the description box of the video down below. Those will, for the most part, take you to my website, laylebymail.com. I manufacture all kinds of my own products. So traveler's notebooks and inserts and stickers and stamps and washi and die cuts and paper and just kind of tools, craft storage pouches. It just kind of runs the gambit over the last 6 years that we have been playing together. So welcome to you. Nice to have you here. If you would give the video a thumbs up, I would certainly appreciate that. Whether you're watching live or you're watching the replay, I'd love to have you here. And I always like to know if you're here. So if you're watching live, there's a live chat that takes place. I just see it over on the right-hand side of my screen, and I will divert my attention over there in about 2 minutes, 2 seconds, 2 minutes. I don't know. But if you're watching live, I would love it if you'd pop in the chat and say hello. Whether you are a long-time listener, first-time caller, taking us back to the days of like talk radio, and I don't even know if talk radio, I mean, they're really more podcasts now, right? Anyhow, long-time listener, first-time caller, if you have been with me for a long time and maybe you normally lurk and don't say hello, I'd love it if you'd pop in the chat and say hello. And if you are new, welcome to you. I would absolutely love it. We would love it, all of us, if you'd pop in and chat and let us know that you're here so we can welcome you. All right, we've got lots of stuff to do today, as all days, but I want to start out by checking on the chat. We'll see who's here, and then we'll dig in. Okay, does that sound good? Okay. All right, let's look. This will hopefully be the last day. I have the prison wall behind me. If you were with me on Wednesday when we did the reveal unboxing of the April release, I kind of refer to this as a prison wall, like cinder block. If I just took out a magic marker and drew like cinder block rectangles on there, you'd think I was in a prison. Not in a prison, though sometimes it might feel like it, right? I am in the new filming studio in our house. Now that everything is moved to the warehouse, converted one of the rooms downstairs that had been one of the many rooms downstairs that we've been using for the business into a filming studio. So still need to decorate behind me. And I'm hoping that that's going to happen this afternoon. We need to run to IKEA and get some things because the next time we'll be together is the International Scrapbook Day weekend, which is May 1st and 2nd of 2026. And it would be really nice if I didn't have a prison wall behind me. Lots of steps to this new moving process in the studio. Um, we have some things set up. Everything is fixed now. The lights and everything are fixed. Now the next step is to take the rest of the equipment that I've had since November and hook all that up and figure out how to use the software software and all that. So we'll get there, right? Just we'll get there. Just got to stop. I don't know, maybe making new products and doing things like that in the meantime, which that won't stop. So, all right, let me look at the chat and let's see who's here, and then we'll get going. All right, all right. Hello. Ooh, what did I just do? Okay, I just. Oh, there we go. Got the chat back. I have the chat back. Let's see. Hello, Carrie Meredith. Happy Saturday. She said, I hope it's beautiful wherever you are. It's a gorgeous sunny day where she is in Oregon. So if you're live and watching us in the chat, go ahead and say hi. Tell us where you're from. I live in Utah. I live in northern Utah, a suburb of Salt Lake City, a little bit south of Salt Lake City. It snowed this week. Yeah, like on April 15th, it snowed. And April 15th in the US is tax day. So usually not a very good day. And then also it snowed here and it's April 15th. And anyway, so it looks like it's a beautiful day outside, but it is cold. I really would like spring to get here soon. Now, what's going to happen is I'm headed to Texas next week. And my wish for spring getting here soon, spring is going to completely whiz past. And I'll be like in the dead of summer because it's going to be like 85 degrees in Texas and raining, which means a lot of humidity. And this, like Utah girl that lives in the high mountain desert and humidity, don't mix. They don't go together. So that'll be interesting. Anyhow, good morning. Hello, Mazel. Hello, Bernadine from Colorado. Gabby from Fallbrook. Gabby, have you always been in Fallbrook? If so, oh, you're on a retreat. I read the rest of that. Yeah, okay. Hello, Gabby. Nice to see you. Karen Lou, hello. Almost noon on the East Coast. She said sun's coming out after a drizzly morning. Good morning, Donna Mook. She is here from sunny, warm Florida. Hello, Jennifer Byam. She's wishing everyone a beautiful day. Yes, a beautiful day to everyone. Hello, Gerda. She is here from rainy Central Texas. Yes, see, the rain's going to welcome us for Little Craft Fest, isn't it, Gerda? She said she has a feeling it'll be a great and crafty morning. I love that. I love that perspective. This morning I was walking around like stomping all over the house. Nick is probably just like, oh, please go away. You know, when you just get in those moods sometimes. Yeah, I was having one of those earlier, but I know that mood is going to like switch, and it already is, which is good. So thank you guys for giving me a place to switch my mood really quickly. Bernadine's finally received some snow yesterday. Temps will be back up the coming week. She's thankful for a little moisture, right? Yeah. Most of us, well, not most, certain parts of the country in the United States really need the moisture. Utah's one of them. Bernadine, I don't recall where you're from, but maybe you're on the western part of the United States where generally we always need moisture. Good morning, Wanda from Tennessee. Hello, Caroline. Kelly Martin. Hello, Becky Moore. You are so sweet, Becky. You're always one to make me feel good. You guys, if you don't know Becky, my friend, my amazing graphic designer, she's here. She likes to hang out with us, which I love. Anyhow, she has been doing work for me for the past year. Started with stamps and packaging, and then this year has been doing pretty much it all of our paper collections, which by the way, we have a brand new one coming out on May 1st that will debut on May 1st as part of that, big fun International Scrapbook Day weekend. It's called Far and Wide. It is a travel collection. That will be our second travel collection. Becky's really first big collection with us here at Layle by Mel, which is so exciting. You guys are going to love it. But she's been doing season pass this year, which you guys have absolutely loved because winter spring sold out so quickly. And now we are days away from selling out the season pass spring, summer, all that just to say all the props to Becky. She's amazing. She's amazing. Thanks for joining us, Becky. Love it when you're here. Hello, Holly from Melbourne Beach. Carol K, a different Carol K, says hello from Central. Oh, yes, Carol, our alliteration, Carol from Central Canada. It should be called Kentrell. Carol from Kentrell, Canada. Then it makes more sense. Hi, Carol. Paul and Shane, hello. Hello, Vicky Powell. I haven't seen you in a while. Well, I saw you in person in October, but fun to have you here, Vicky. Internet's good. Okay, we're crossing our fingers. We messed around, Nick and I, a bunch with it yesterday afternoon. We moved some equipment to see if that would help, and then also I'm on airplane mode just on the Wi-Fi, so we're also helping. Maybe that's the trick. I don't know. It's technology. Who knows, right? Hello, Mary Pat, Candace. Hello, Michelle loves Flamingos 191. Good morning, Michelle. I know that's not. Pretty sure it's not my friend Michelle Kraft, but I have another friend that loves flamingos, and that's my friend Michelle Kraft. Hello, Tammy. Belinda said it looks good. Lola, hello. Beach Gal, hello, Deborah. Deborah and Joshua. Hi, Joshua. Oh, Deborah. I love it when Joshua's here. You know what? You have no idea. That just it's gonna make me cry. I'd said I'd been kind of stomping around this morning in not a very good mood, and that just put the biggest smile on my face. So thank you for giving me that this morning, Deborah. Thank you. And you guys know I'm not a crier. I'm not a crier. So thank you, Deborah. Hi, Joshua. Um, Brenda, hello. Maritza, don't forget to like and subscribe. Perfect. Thank you. Morgan, Robin Morgan, hello, hello. Jody Biz from Windy Gray, Upper Michigan. I have the biggest smile on my face now, Deborah. I just thank you for that. Thank you. Mary Pat, good morning from Montana. Shelly McDaniel, hello, Miss Shelly. Talented Miss Shelly. We've got lots of talented folks joining us today that just pop in. Shelly is one of my amazingly creative design team members. Does takes my products and does wonderful things with them. In fact, I already saw a project that Shelly did with the new Far and Wide collection, the travel collection that'll be launching on May 1st. You guys, she just like knocked it out of the park. So good. I can't wait for you guys to see the collection and then also see the things that people have been doing with it. Hi, Shelly. Nice to have you. Wanda Bradford. You don't watch from your craft room, so you never work while you're talking. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Hello, Leah's plans. Good to be here today at a coin show. Her husband sells coins and you're here with him, but you're listening like, see, people do all kinds of things. And you know what? Let me just step out for 1 minute. I need a Kleenex now. Hang tight. Still here. Don't think you lost me. I'm still here. I'm still here. That's one thing that I just discovered that I have not transferred to the new filming studio downstairs, and that's Kleenex. So, yeah, sorry, had to run the other room. You probably thought you lost me for a minute, but I'm still here. Maybe you could hear me running from the other, talking to you from the other room. Just got a little emotional there, so I need a little Kleenex. We're all good. Gabby, thank you. She said, love your top. Hello, Debbie Collier, my friend from Idaho. Leah plans. Oh, yes, that's where we were. Leah was talking about, she's at a coin show with her husband. See, you guys are doing all kinds of things when you're with me, and I never know. I just assume we're all together in a room, playing and chatting and hanging out. Becky Sauls from Alabama. Hello, Jillian. Rosie. And guess what? We also have Laura Lee. Laura Lee is Rosie Posey Studio. She is another amazingly talented design team member and friend of mine. Laura Lee. Well, actually, Shelly and I have known each other for a long time. Becky and I have. It's a small industry, you guys. It is a really small industry. Um, but Laura Lee has been with me for a couple of years on the creative team, and again, amazingly talented. She has something really fun that she's working on. Um, Another one of our 5 ways series, where she is taking one of our stamp sets and then showing you 5 different ways to use it in super creative ways. So can't wait till everyone can see that. And thanks for joining me, Laura. Thanks for joining us. Hello, Carrie. Carrie, I can't wait to see you in a couple of days. Hi, Kate Bow from Toledo. Tracy's footprints. You need to borrow my shirt for an afternoon tea party. You're invited to with our community. Tracy, come over. I'll take it off. Just put something else on. You can borrow it. No, I don't know where Tracy lives, so that probably won't work. But I would happily lend it to you. Hello, loves my Griffin Moore, sunny and warm in Arizona. Diane Ferguson, you definitely need your crafting therapy today. So guess what? Clearly, I definitely needed our crafting therapy together too, because the tears just came out like that. That means there's probably some other stuff built up in there somewhere. Yeah, it's all good. Sherry Suzanne, let's see. Diane, I am happy to be your crafting therapy today. Absolutely. Hello, Sherry Susan, Dawn McFeeders. Heard about me through the Joyful Sojourn Elizabeth. You really like her creative listing, but do not know anything about it. So, welcome to you, Dawn. We've been doing creative listing here for about the last 6 years. I would best piece of advice I will give you is linked in the description box of the video is a link to a free class on how to get started creative listing. It's about, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 minutes, but it will kind of give you a quick intro as to what it is and then talk about kind of the why why we do what we do here when it comes to creative listing, and then give you tons of different ideas on listing topics and prompts to get started. So, yes, I met Elizabeth last year, well, prior to Little Craft Fest, but then we met in person at Little Craft Fest, and she's amazing. Love her. Love her. And welcome to you. So glad you're here joining us. Hello, Tamara Kennedy. Let's see, Zen Girls. Nice to see you. She's working today, but she just mentioned replay, right? You can always watch the replay. And sometimes when I'm traveling a couple of weekends in a row or weeks in a row and we're not together, the replay is a great thing for you to do. Go back to the 6 years worth of videos that are here. There's thousands and thousands of hours of just this, well, not just this, because you don't want just this. You probably would like some plays. So thousands and thousands of hours of creative listing and lots of different fun things. Hello, Lori Land from, we're going to call Lori Land from Lewis. Lori Land from St. Louis. Hello, hello. Bonnie is here from Southern Boise. Lola from Katy, Texas. Let's see, Northeast Texas is Shelly, raining there as well. Jillian from Puyallup, Washington, sunny there. Tamara's from North Texas, Boston, Mass in the house. Maritza, watching from Las Vegas, all over, right? All over. Debbie's in Boise. Beautiful beach day in Melbourne Beach, Florida is Holly. Pittsburgh is calling for snow with another Tracy. Vikaj, hello from Long Island. Brenda Bratton's the South Central Lower Peninsula of Michigan. Is that where the, I don't know. The only thing I know, well, I don't know lots about Michigan. I just know there's the mitten, but that's not, the thumb is probably not the South Lower Peninsula, is it? Um, Diane from Birmingham, Alabama. Bev from Montana. You guys, I love it. Everybody's hanging out, saying where they're from. Sandy S is from Texas. Robin, Central Arkansas. It's rainy there. Oh, Kathy. I'm so sorry, Kathy. Kathy said, hello, everyone. I lost my mom last month and I have been gone for a while. It's great to be back. Kathy, we're so sorry for your loss. It's got to be incredibly difficult. But just nice that you're here joining us. And we hope that whatever we're doing today will help. Either, it depends, right? Maybe it'll take your mind off of that, or maybe it will bring that front and center. And sometimes that's not a bad thing, right? Sometimes there may be something that we talk about that sparks memories of your mom and it's a good thing. Or just thank you for joining us today. And, we're all thinking about you. Uh, and thank you for sharing that, Kathy, because things like that aren't necessarily easy to share, right? But I think you find, you guys, sometimes it's easier to share things here than it is to share maybe in the real world. And not that this isn't the real world, right? But this is a nice, safe, like a nice, safe environment. There are things I tell you guys that I share with you that my family doesn't know, my friends don't know. I pretty much am an open book here for the most part. So sometimes it's easy to share things here, and we're strangers, but not, right? We're good friends that have maybe never met, but it's a safe place. So it's always okay to share anything that you need to share here. Except politics. We don't talk politics. No sharing of opinions when it comes to that. Paul and Shane, it sounds like I will be seeing you at Little Craft Fest. Yay, I can't wait. Carrie, lipstick matches blouse beautifully. Lipstick is very bright in person. It's really actually probably pretty bright here, but I learned very early on in filming, especially doing some TV things, that you got to way overdo it on the makeup and way overdo it in a lipstick and really way overdo it like on the colors of some of the things you're wearing, just so that things pop, especially when you've got a prison wall behind you, right? Hopefully not for long. Marion by the Sea, hello, hello. Marion by the Sea. Oh yes, you will be in Texas. That's right. I can't wait to meet you. We have Steph from the northern coast of Spain. So Steph Hackney, right? I think. When we do mornings on Saturdays, sometimes it's a little bit harder for some of our friends in the other parts of the world to join us. Europe, it's a little bit easier right now because it's not too many hours difference. But when we start getting other side of the world, I've got friends in New Zealand and Australia and so forth. It gets a little bit hard because it's the middle of the night for them. So Steph, nice to have you join us. Yes, love work. We can all give all the props to Becky. She's amazing. I always say she gets me like no one else ever has when it comes to designing. I'll say, hey, I'd really like this. I'd really like a bee, and I'd like to have some flowers on the bee. And I really don't know what I have in mind when I say that. And she comes back and shows me the bee with the flowers on it. And I'm like, holy cow, I didn't even know that's what I wanted, but that's what I wanted. And we'll look at one of those today. Let's see, Shirley Tyler. In Sacramento, sounds like a nice day there. Yeah, that was definitely well, Becky said glimmer, so I think maybe Becky's glimmers are hearing all of your feedback. My glimmer for the day was definitely Deborah and Joshua. TK, hello, hello. Do I miss the fun bookcases? Oh, you do, yeah. So that's upstairs. That will not be moving upstairs because it's all built in. But Nick and I are going to go figure something out here today. I have some ideas, and so there'll be something back here that'll be nice and colorful for when we're together next in 2 weeks. Because yes, I absolutely will. Because this prison wall doesn't work for me. Um. Oh yes. Deborah, please send me an email. Please send me an email. All right, friends. Let's see. Let's see. When do we reveal the new collection? Will be on Friday morning, May 1st, 2026. That will be probably not probably, it'll be 9 a.m. Pacific time. So we'll do that Friday morning, May 1st. And then Friday night, we will be doing, I think, our probably 5th annual International Scrapbook Day get together where we'll list on Friday night and we'll also do it on Saturday. So we'll do another half day, half night, probably 5 hours on Friday night and then probably another 5 hours on Saturday. We broke that up like that in March last month for our 6th anniversary celebration. And that was amazing for me personally. In the past, we've done all of that on one day, and that is a hard day. I mean, I love it, but 10 or 11 hours of straight live streaming is really hard. It's fun, but it's hard mentally. Like the next 3 days after that, I'm just toast. I'm like a puddle. And that also gives other people opportunities that maybe normally can't join us on a Saturday to join us, especially in other parts of the world when we also do it on a Friday night. Not the same content, totally different, but that's when you'll see it. And watch for more information about that. That is actually 2 weeks away. So watch for more information about that week, probably like a week from Monday. The very tail end of April, whenever that is. I'll still be in Texas, but we'll figure it out. Let's see. Debbie said it's fun to be live. She's been traveling. All right. Let's see. Tabitha, hello, Tabitha. It's so nice to see you. Theo of the Golden. I've heard a lot about that book. Tabitha, you'll let me have to know how it is. Lots of readers here too. Michelle's watching and cleaning her craft room at home. Michelle, hello. Lori, hello from Massachusetts. Donna's I love it. Donna says, I've officially been christened in the Layle way. My very first traveler's notebook has broken because it's too full. Yay! That's the best break, right? We'll look at what happened to mine today, too. Flip the mitten upside down. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. That mitten. Carrie, not Karen. All right. All right. All right. All right. You guys are so sweet. I just need to be with you all the time. So many nice compliments. Thank you. Um, there's some things I'm missing about Bruno. No clue. No clue. Encanto, Bruno. Hello, Shannon. Da, 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 da. Okay, I think I just made it to the end. I think I did. Um, Belinda said, we need a split screen of you and Vicky. Then you only have to talk half as much. So here's the deal. Vicky and I did that one time before. She had come out to visit me. Oh my gosh, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And we didn't even do a split screen. We did a live together. We actually did live together 2 nights in a row. And we can keep up with each other. I don't know if you guys could keep up with us. I mean, it's a lot. It is a lot. Ask Carrie. She was just with us for a week. One of these days we'll do it again because it was a lot of fun. Okay. All right. So, we talked a little bit about housekeeping. So, just a few housekeeping things. Today is April 18th. Obviously, we're listing together today. We will not be listing a week from today, which would be April 25th. I will be in Texas at the Little Craft Fest event. So, no listing next week on the 25th. We will resume our listing again on Friday, May 1st. And then we will also do it on Saturday, May 2nd. If you have never joined us for one of our big celebrations, it's fun. Lots of listing, a few walks down memory lane, lots of prizes, a lot of prizes. When we did our big anniversary celebration in March, 40 prizes, you guys, between live giveaways and after party giveaways. We did 40 prizes. So, and it's just fun. And then we'll also reveal the new, that'll be the May release. We'll reveal the new far and wide collection, which I can't wait for you guys to see. We did some new products that we've never done before too, so I think you'll like it. All right. What else? What else? Oh, the April release. Let's start with that. Let's flip the camera. We're going to take a very quick look at the April release. There is a video here on my YouTube channel from this past Wednesday, which would have been the 17th, 16th, the 15th. Yeah, duh. The 15th, yes, April 15th. That's when we released the April release. And there is a kind of an unboxing or reveal video here on my YouTube channel if you want to kind of see the full thing and really get a walkthrough of the new stamps and things like that. But we'll take a really quick look at that. We will take a look at our list that we did. We were together last week because there was one I needed to finish. And I'm going to tell you the story about what happened when I tried to find a TV guide in real life. And then just one photo I needed to add to the second list. So those are done, or the third list. And then we will jump into our listing topics for today. All right, so we've got a lot to do. So let's do it. Let's rotate the camera. If for some reason I missed you, if I missed you as I was just jabbering away, chatting away, if I missed you in the chat, just hello. Thank you for being here. It was not intentional if I missed you. When I rotate the camera, it gets a little bit easier for me to keep up and see the chat because it's right in front of me. And it's really, I'm much closer. It's just easier for me to see. So if you love to comment or had something that you wanted me to see or respond to, and I did not respond to it, please do me a favor and just type it again. Also, if you put things in uppercase, sometimes it helps me to see that as well. All right, so as we look at the products that we released just a couple days ago, the April release, we did some fun stickers, just little Reggie, right? Little Reggie vinyl stickers that Becky designed. 4 new enamel pins. So there's an enamel pin for, oh, here we go, a new Layle by Mail enamel pen. We've changed our supplier for the enamel pens, and they were nice before, but now they are amazing, just wonderful, amazing quality. So, new Layle by Mail pen, a new Scatter the Squirrel pen. Our little mascot had a pretty significant makeover. It looks like Scatter was in the body shop for quite a while, so he's probably spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on plastic surgery on his whole body because he looks quite a bit different. So yeah, Becky gave us a kind of an updated Scatter the squirrel. So that's our little mascot now in a enamel pin with little gold accents, which is very nice. We have this one. This one, if you've been with me for a while, you know this is one of my favorite sayings is you do you, right? Whatever works for you, you do you. We all do different things. I do my crafting, my creative listing in a one way, and it doesn't have to be the way that you do it, right? So you do you, and that's kind of a fun silver with those really bright colors. And then the last one is just this one. This one's also really important to me. Write it down. To me, writing is really important. And what we do here when we're writing is a lot easier than having to be Ernest Hemingway. Sometimes a lot of us are afraid to write. We feel like we have a story that we want to tell, but we are not Ernest Hemingway and we feel like we have to be. So we just don't tell that story. We don't write anything down. And when we approach it from a list based writing, like we do here, it totally is a game changer. So to me, writing is really important. And I really feel like it's part of our responsibility as adults. We're all different age, but as adults to make sure the younger generations are not losing that because technology and phones and things like that, a lot of kids and adults that are younger these days don't write anything down. It's all electronic. And to me, it's really important that we actually are writing. All right. Hydration time. Thank you, Ms. L. Yes, you guys will do the best to remind me. I am supposed to drink water about every 10 or 15 minutes when I'm doing this. That's a story that I shared. I'll share it next weekend or when we're together again. I'll kind of tell the story about that. But need to be drinking water like every 10 or 15 minutes, which don't even ask me what it's supposed to mean for the bathroom. And today I didn't put ice in my water, so it makes it much easier to drink. Okay. Yes, Diane, lanyards. And those of you that are going to Little Craft Fest, the pins will be there, the stickers will be there. We even have some brand new stickers that we've done that will be at Little Craft Fest. And then whatever's left, we will bring back. we'll bring back to the website. Okay. Oh yes, April release. So we talked about those few things. Then let's move into the stamps. The first one is by the Ledger's Numbers. This is a continuation of the By the Numbers series. So there are three that are numbered, kind of similar to this, and then there are two other by the numbers that are numbers with the no the word of the number written in them. Anyhow, by the numbers. That's by the numbers ledger. Will not show you the different examples of some of the projects that the design team has created with some of these new products already, but you'll be able to see those on the website. They're there on the website. All right, so by the numbers ledger, the next one, and this is one of the stamps I'll be using in one of my lists today. This is documenting the details too. It's called documenting the details too because there is a documenting the details. This is a stamp that we released in 2025, and it's just a nice generic stamp for documenting really whatever you want to document, right? Documenting the details. So super versatile. And then along comes documenting the details too, which is also super versatile. So I will use a little bit, at least one or two of these stamps in one of our lists today. All right. Next up, we have just kind of a nice, good alpha. We need our alphas, and when you look at them, they just don't look very exciting. But when it comes to using them, I use alpha stamps a lot. So you'll see we've got a nice broad selection of different fonts for alpha stamps and also different sizes. This one is called Frankie. All of our alpha stamp sets are named after pets. Pets in my family, and one that's coming up, I think, is one of Becky's pets, right? We've started to run out of pet names, so we're expanding on the pet names. But this one is Frankie. Frankie is my mom's current dog. And Frankie, well, Griff's mom, not a Brussels Griffons. Her dogs used to be up until Frankie Brussels Griffons. This one is not. Anyhow, what's fun about this stamp set is a 4x6 stamp set. You'll notice you have the same font, but you have it in two different sizes. And that's always nice if you are working on titles, or maybe you're working on something, maybe you're making a list, or maybe you're doing journaling or something and you want a word or a particular set of words to really stand out than if you're using larger versus smaller, or even if you're just writing and then stamping a word to make that word stand out a little bit more. But this was actually a request. A stamp set like this was a request to this guy that we came out with last year also. This one is called Destination Unknown. Um, and just very quickly, and this will be important when I show you another stamp that was part of April. This Destination Unknown stamp set was designed so you could make these. All right. If you travel, it's not uncommon when you go into little rubber snake shops. That's what I call them, your little t-shirt shops or whatever that have all of the souvenirs, that you see stickers like these. You've got sometimes a 3-digit abbreviation for the city that you're in. This one is just one big old U for Utah. But I travel a lot, and one of my favorite things to do is document my travels. I buy a lot of these types of stickers. And when we started thinking about stamp set, it hit me. I'm like, well, duh, I buy all of these. Why don't we have a stamp set where we can make our own? So that was the start of the Destination Unknown series. This was in 2025. But when we released this, we had some requests for little smaller alphas that you could add down here, like something like this. So on that Seattle one, you could put your big SEA in the center, and then down below in a smaller font, write something like that. So Frankie Alpha now is kind of double purpose, right? All of your stamps should at least have one. It should have multiple purposes, right? Frankie, many purposes. But one of the purposes for that was so that you'd have small alphas to add to your Destination Unknown. Now, speaking of Destination Unknown, so that was the original. I could say the OG, but it's not called Destination Unknown OG. It's just called Destination Unknown. And when we released that, we didn't really have a thought that we would do another one. But the same time, we had lots of requests. This is awesome. This is great. Big Timmy Alpha that fits in for your letters in the oval. But people are like, that's awesome. But what if I want to do it in a planner? Or what if I want to make it in my traveler's notebook and I don't want to have it be so prominent as something like that? And that's where this guy came in. So this is part of this April's release that we just released a couple of days ago. This one is called Destination Unknown Mini. So you have the smaller oval and you have the smaller alpha. Same alpha, smaller. Same destination unknown oval, smaller. All right. So when we look at two things here, this is the original destination unknown in use. That's my traveler's notebook, right? 5 inches wide. So that'll give you an idea of the scale for that original destination unknown stamp set. Really fun oval in that there's a thick line and then kind of a thinner line around it. The that Timmy Alpha that I mentioned was designed to fit inside of that oval. All right, so that was the original. And then this is Destination Unknown Mini. So here's my little tiny mini oval with my little tiny alpha that fits right inside. All right. I will tell you, go look at the website on that Destination Unknown mini stamp set because the design team did some really fun things with it that are not travel related, not at all travel related, because not everybody travels, right? And if you don't travel, this is a great, fun little oval with some letters that fit inside. Marsha Ferris did something with it. Shelly McDaniel did an amazing thing with it. She basically made Easter eggs with there also is a Destination Unknown Mini oval metal die. So if you use an electronic or manual, it could be manual too. If you use a die cutting machine, um, with your plates and your metal dies that cuts out the oval in Destination Unknown Mini. And there is also same thing, oval that cuts out your Destination Unknown regular. If you are a person that likes to use dies. Otherwise, get out your little fussy cutting scissors. Or you don't even really need to do that. You could just, stamp and call it good. One of the things I shared with that, I actually made a mistake when I first stamped this. I individually stamped my letters in Japan, JPN, and one of them was really crooked. And I thought, well, I can't really leave it like that. So what I ended up doing was creating my own sticker that I could then stick over the top of it. So this is just regular old 8.5 by 11 sticker paper. I stamped uh, my oval on there. And then for Japan, stamped JPN, and then used the um, metal die to cut that out and made my own sticker. So that's actually a sticker that I just stamped right on top of, or excuse me, sticker that I placed right on top of my little boo-boo. So last thing I'll mention about that, and I think that takes us all the way through the April release. There was a question after somebody said, so what kind of ink works on sticker paper? And I said, oh, that's a great question. I said, I can tell you what kind of ink works on the sticker paper that I am using. Um, and I will, when we're done, I will, in the description box of the video, link the sticker paper that I purchased. I've had it for a couple years. Um, your inks are all very different, whether it's a dye-based ink, a hybrid ink, a pigment-based ink, and obviously your sticker paper, just like your paper is different. So what I had recommended was I said, get one of your sheets of sticker paper and start playing around with your different inks to see how the ink reacts to the paper before you know kind of what works best for the sticker paper that you purchased. All right. I just used my tried and true Ride or Die um, VersaFine Clear, which is a pigment-based ink on that sticker paper, and it worked great. All right, so that was a very abbreviated version of the April release. And you'll see a full video walkthrough or unboxing of that on my YouTube channel here. Or if you go to laylebymail.com and click on what's new, the little navy blue bar at the top, you will see the release and you can go from there. All righty. So you will see me use one of this, actually two of the stamps from the new release today. And then I will use the others when we're together again on May 1st and May 2nd. All right. I know. Loves My Griffin Moore said, "Why is it that anything mini is instantly adorable?" And Carrie said, "All this stuff will be in my basket at Little Craft Fest." So, Little Craft Fest, I will tell you, um, Little Craft Fest is an amazing stationery event, stationery with an E, meaning like, this kind of stuff, planners and stickers and different things like that, traveler's notebooks, all different kinds of fun things, um, stamps. That takes place in Conroe, Texas, which is a suburb of Houston. This is their second year. This is my second year vending and also teaching workshops, and it was an amazing event. This year we sent a pallet that's over 850 pounds. So we sent a lot of product. There's a lot of product on its way to Texas right now. Now, we never know how much to bring. We never know how much to bring of one thing or another. So I will just tell you, if you are going and you are looking for something in particular, from my booth, then you probably should come early because we just don't know, right? We can't bring it all. So Carrie said all this stuff will be in her basket at Little Craft Fest. Carrie, I do not doubt you there. All right. So let's take a look at the three lists that we did when we were together last week. Last week was fun. I mean, I don't know. I was so excited to get started, but even before we started last week. And it's not always that way. And I'm just being totally honest with you guys. Sometimes, like this morning, I'm like, I have a million things to do. I don't want to do this. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just having a pity party in my head. And as soon as we start, I am just so excited. So I always know when I get here, I love it. Sometimes just the getting ready part is just, anyhow. But I was so excited for last week, even before we started. And as we were working, I got more and more excited. And when we were done, I was even more excited. There were just some of the lists that we did were really different than what we've normally done or what I've normally done from a design perspective. So uh, we'll take a look at this one first. This list, thank you, honey. This list, that's a good reminder. He just brought me another water. What? Yeah, no, it seems to be working great. Yeah, seemed to be working great. I told him I was already um, stomping around this morning in a really bad mood and that you were probably ready to just kick me in the behind. I just mostly ignored you. I know, you know. We've been married 31 years next month. You know to just ignore me. Go about your business. Nothing I can say is right. Nope, you're right. Yeah. So you know. You know. Uh-huh. Mm. Okay. You guys, I'm almost done with my first big thing of water. That's good. All right. So this one, our topic was This Made Me Smile. And just a list of things that make you smile, right? When we talk about documenting and telling a story, this is a very specific type of story, right? Things that made you smile. It could have been today, yesterday, last week, last month, last year, in general, things that make you smile. But this is the kind of documenting that someone at some point will look at and learn something about you that they probably had no idea about, right? Like, let's see. This one of the things that made me smile over the last couple of weeks, flavored Mentos from Japan. I hadn't had pineapple before. I didn't know they had pineapple Mentos. They were amazing, right? So sometimes there are things that are really silly. The blinds finally being open in the bathroom. The batteries have been dead for months, right? So a really easy list. This is a great list to get started with. If you just want to kind of get started and jump in somewhere, just start making a list of things that make you smile. Now, one thing you'll know about me if you don't know already, I like to really use a lot of product. I like to play. By nature, I'm a very creative person, and my brain, my psyche needs to have some creativity every day. It doesn't always get it, and then that's probably what happened this morning, right? Um, I don't always get it. This is where I can get it. And this is where, in a 3 or 4 hour period of time, I will like shove so much stuff in creatively, just so I can really like scratch that itch. So here we used, I took a little X-Acto knife. I cut a russet potato shape out on accident. I was trying to cut out an oval and it ended up being a russet potato, which we got a really good laugh about. And then I took some floral die cuts and just kind of made a frame around that russet potato. So that oval. So basically what it gives me here is just a nice little peekaboo, right? It gives me a nice little peekaboo. We used several stamps from the All Smiles stamp set. It worked really well for this topic. Lots of bright color. Not everything is always bright. Excuse me. That's the voice starting to have problems. Um, yes, this is forever going to be known as the russet potato page. Um, Not everything is always bright and colorful, but sometimes it just like screams to be used. And in this case, it was screaming to be used. This is I think the color, is it Color Me Happy from Simple Stories? Let me just double check. That is, yes, Color Me Happy from Simple Stories. And pretty much everything you see me use, you'll find on my website. All right. So we had a lot of fun with that one. And sometimes things like that take a really long time, right? Because I'm doing the oval and then I'm trying to get everything placed and I get it placed and then I do stamping over here and then I do some stamping over here and then I finally write my list. Um, I like to take a lot of time when I'm doing things like that because this is the really only time that I let myself play creatively. Uh, it's my business. My business is manufacturing products, and most of the time, everything I'm doing is business related. It's, moving to a warehouse, it's paying bills, it's doing taxes, it's working with Becky and Amy on what our next release is going to be, and brainstorming things like that. It doesn't a lot of time involve like putting tactile things in your hand and playing. So for me, this is time very well spent. Some of you may be like, "Holy cow, woman! I absolutely do not have 2 hours to work on one little project." And I say, guess what? You do you, right? The only thing that you need to play with us here is something to write with and something to write on. That's it. Everything else is just icing, and you get to decide how much icing you like on your cupcakes. Which, by the way, I like a lot of icing on my cupcakes in real life and in this life when icing is this kind of stuff. All right, our second list. This second list was basically current shows that Nick and I are watching. This is very much a time capsule type list in that it's a snapshot in time, right? If you had made a list like this when you were in high school, it'd probably look very different, right? I think, I can't say it was necessarily high school, but we'll say when I was younger, Laverne and Shirley, Happy Days, whatever the one was with Scott Baio that I loved him. Um, oh, Scott Baio was in Happy Days, and then he moved on to Charles in Charge. And anyhow, but the shows that you're watching, or the TV, the things that you're streaming, the shows that you're watching, the books that you're reading, the things that you're listening to, the music that you listen to, different things like that are very much a time capsule. So these are always to me a really fun type of list to do because they're specific to really they're specific to a particular point in time in your life. This would be really fun to do if you have littles in your life, if you have kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, maybe you're a teacher, whatever it is. What are they watching? Because that very much changes. The shows that our kids were watching when they were little, like the Teletubbies and Barney and Toy Story, those are very much a time capsule, right? Because I guarantee you they're not watching any of those right now. So with this, we used a couple different stamp sets. We used the current favorite stamp set, which gave us this little grid. I cut some pieces out from one of our collage magazines, collage books that I sell on the website. So I cut out that little popcorn bucket. And then I also cut out this old fashioned TV. I had printed, these are like movie posters, right? Um, when you Google, I Googled all four of these shows and they all had their little movie posters. And guess what? They're all the same size. I didn't have to trim them in any way, the width or the height. I just had to size them, scale them down for the space that I needed. So it's really easy to get things like that. Google's your friend. You just save it to your computer or your phone like it's a regular photo and then print it out however you might otherwise. But what really was fun about this list, and we talked about this, I didn't do part of this list when we were together because as we were working, I had an idea. I thought I would love for the background of this list to be a TV guide. And that's what that is. That is a TV guide that I had to find on the internet and print because I tell you what, that night, Nick and I went out to dinner and we went to the grocery store. We also went to Walmart. We went to Barnes and Noble. It's really difficult to find a TV guide anymore because, like the magazine, right? Remember when we were kids, there was the TV guide and it was about this big and it had, four channels, five channels. It had CBS, NBC, ABC and PBS because that's all there was. Maybe that's why they don't really do TV guides anymore because they're so too many channels. I don't know. So I went to the internet and I Googled TV guide pages. I Googled vintage TV guide pages. And this is what I found. I found that I printed it out on my printer and then I just trimmed it down, and that became the background for my list here. So if you want to try to go and find a TV guide, good luck. Maybe you'll be able to find it. I certainly couldn't, but internet came in clutch. So that was awesome. Nice thing about that too is that the TV guide paper might not be acid and lignin free, and that is so. All right, let's see. Marilee loves Chachi. Marilee, I love it, right? Didn't we love Scott Baio? Oh yeah. Luisa said he also tried to sing. You watched him at Magic Mountain in Valencia. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Um, Mary C. Plan said, I used to do the crossword and the TV guide with my dad, right? Lots of just really fun memories associated with that like nostalgia, right? And this type of list, maybe you don't watch TV anymore. So maybe TV doesn't work for you, but it could be books. It could be take it back to the past. What were some of your favorite shows when you were a kid? So guess what we could do? We could absolutely, well, I don't know, maybe we'd probably be able to find those same things for Laverne and Shirley and Happy Days. And oh, there was Joni Loves Chachi. We had Happy Days, then Joni Loves Chachi. And Joni was Ron Howard's little sister. And then Charles in Charge, right? Poor Scott Baio. He really, well, I guess not poor Scott Baio. He figured out a way to make a run for quite a while and get paid while doing it. Um, Mary Pat said, I'm using Google incorrectly because I don't get those images. So Mary Pat, in this example, let's say I searched the Madison. I searched the Madison and then click up top. You have like all, and then it says news. And next to that, it says images. So you want to click, at least that's what I do. I click the little link that says images, and that's really for any Google search. Then it really is showing you all of the images as opposed to, all of the links to articles on the internet. Marilee also saw, she had both of his albums, saw him at Disneyland. And Natalie from The Fact of Life was there. See, you know what I see coming? Because I forgot to mention Facts of Life. I see a future list topic being like that, the shows that maybe when we were teenagers, like shows. Okay, hold on. I got to let me get here. Shows that we watched as teenagers. Well, not even really teenagers. Shows as a tween. All right. What shows I watched as a tween? All right. Good. I love it when we get little suggestions for new ideas. Wanda said it's a big magazine right now. We actually at Walmart found one and I had it in my hand getting ready to buy, and it had the Golden Girls on it. And I'm like, I started flipping through it. I'm like, wait a minute, those are all crossword puzzles in there. It was the TV Guide Golden Girls crossword puzzle book. So I was glad I didn't bring that one home. I mean, it would have been fine, but not when you're looking for a TV guide. Top YouTube channels. Yes, that would be another great list. Um, Christy said, love that TV guide idea. My mom used to get so mad when the TV guide got misplaced. Right. The remote control getting misplaced about the same time as the TV guide. Yeah, that's when you didn't want to be around your mom because she'd get really mad at us, right? Where's the TV guide? Where's the remote control? I don't know. I don't know. Soap Opera Digest. Oh my God, Belinda, right? We could do a list about our favorite soap operas when we were young, like um, oh gosh, like General Hospital and Luke and Laura, remember? Oh, so much, like such a lot of what we end up doing here is kind of walk down memory lane as we're talking about listing and things like that. All right, so that was our second list. Our third list, this was, I called it Dream Dinner Guests. Sometimes you guys give list suggestions, and that's what I just did there. I write them down, and then I have a pretty good sized library of different list ideas for us to for me to refer to when I get stuck. But this list was, I think, Jane Sarkisian. I think that's how you say it. But years ago, she had suggested this one. If you were having a dinner party, who would you invite? What would be your dream dinner guests? And so um, I ended up making like a little gallery wall, a little bit of a gallery wall here. This paper that I used, I cut up from one of Vicky Bouton's papers from the Flower Import, no, Artful Moments. It was a paper that had tags on it. And so I ended up cutting the tags into these little rectangles. And then I put photos. I changed the black or changed the color photos from the internet. So for example, here, I looked up Pink. I clicked on images. So I Googled Pink, the singer and singer-songwriter, and clicked on images, found a photo of her that I liked, and then in my saved it to my camera roll on my phone. And then in my camera roll, I changed it to black and white. So I didn't use any kind of special, software or anything to do that. Just did all that in my camera roll. And then I printed it out on. Let me just show you real quick what I do, and then we'll dive into today's list. But those were so fun and different, kind of from maybe some of the designs that we normally do. Well, okay, hold on. I'm just here digging through the garbage. Hold please. Hold please while I dig through the garbage. There's not very much in the garbage. There's a piece I'm looking for that is not here. Oh, here it is. Got it. Okay, got it. All right. So this was a 4x6 photo. All right. There's a piece cut out, but when you look at it like that, it was a 4x6 photo. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer to print 99% of what I am doing in my traveler's notebook. And then there's a free app that I use with that, and it's called the Epson Creative, Epson PictureMate PM400 printer and the Epson Creative Print app. The Epson Creative Print app lets me do things like this, where I can print smaller photos on one 4x6. And that's what I did. Then I cut all those little pieces out. So on my list, my grandma, Pink, Mel Robbins, Meryl Streep, Fred Rogers, who's Mr. Rogers, Frank Sinatra, Bob Ross, the painter, and then Nick's dad, Nick Concar Sr., who I never had the opportunity to meet. He passed away when Nick was kind of in his early 20s. So that was my dream dinner guest list. All right. So that takes us to today. But before we get to today, I will tell you what happened. And this is a very common thing that happens. When you are working in mm, not a platform, when you're working in whatever this is a traveler's notebook, but whatever, when you're working in something that you cannot take the pages out and kind of work on and put back in, like maybe a ring album or disc bound or something like that, this is bound with staples. It tends to get really chunky, right? So chunky is good. Chunky traveler's notebook is good. Chunky thighs, unless you're a baby, maybe not so good. But chunky traveler's notebook is good. This is what it normally, hang on, let me get a different one. Here we go. This is what it normally starts out like when I start. Look at how nice and compact and narrow that is, right? So staples hold up there really, really well. When we get to like this, and this is only halfway full, we just barely hit the halfway point. Our little staples can only take so much, right? It's kind of like our pants at Thanksgiving. Eventually, you've got to undo the button because they can only so much. So what happens at some point to me is that my pages start coming out of the staples. This was the center of my traveler's notebook insert. That has completely come out because the staples couldn't hold it anymore. And what will start to happen is this will continue to happen as I work. Those will kind of keep popping out a little bit more and a little bit more. And I don't do anything about it until I am done with my traveler's notebook insert. Once I am done with my traveler's notebook insert, I do this. Um, ta-ta-ta-da. Let me just grab one here. I do this. I basically take the staples out. I take the cover off. I cut a new cover that is now larger. You see this new cover fits, kind of helps to protect all of those edges on the inside because as it starts to get too big, the edges start to poke out and will continue to poke out the sides. And I restitch it. All right. I restitch all of those back together with just a nice kind of simple, I don't know, whatever that stitch is. There's a video here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through that process and how I do it. But I get that question a lot from two different perspectives. Number one, Layle, Uh, when you're finished, what do you do? And number two, Lael, what do I do when my pages start to pop out? Nothing until I'm done, right? There's no sense in addressing that until the very end because they'll continue to pop. All right. So that takes us to our first list of today. Idea for stamps, memories from my past, childhood, teen years, becoming an adult, becoming a parent, in college, first job. I am going to, Becky, are you still here? If you're still here, Becky, will you do me a favor and just make note of that? And we can kind of add that to our ever growing list of stamp ideas. But that's a fun one. Like memories from the past, childhood, teen, different things like that. And then we could figure out how to expand upon that. Um, so, Wanda just asked a great question. I want to do some pages from my childhood that I remember. Should I do it in a book alone or just put in between recent pages that I'm doing now? I will tell you, Wanda, probably one of the biggest questions that I get from people when they start thinking about creative listing is I don't know how to start and I don't know where to start. And I'm afraid to start because I'm afraid I will do it out of order. And I say, you know what? With this project, there's no order. There's absolutely no order. There's no beginning. There's no end. I just throw things in, whenever I think of them. And if you figure that we have been doing our creative listing now for 6 years, 5 years, 6 years. We have a lot of lists, and I certainly didn't start at the beginning doing those chronologically, right? So when you mention like pages from your childhood, I just have pulled out the Listing with Layle idea book. That's volume 1. I'm going to go to chapter 10, childhood, page 51. These are a bunch of lists that we had done in our first 3 years just about childhood. That's August 21st. That's November 20th, 2020, May 2021, October 2021, October 20, June 2021, October 20, September 2021. Those were all over the board. They were all mixed in with my regular listing. And that's how I approached it because when we first started doing this, we really didn't know what it was going to turn into. If you'd asked me back when we did our very first list in 2020, I never would have imagined that we were still doing it today. So you get to decide, right? You do you. Um, for me personally, it's too hard to have maybe 5 or 6 different notebooks going at one time. So if I have a list for if I have a traveler's notebook for in the news, that would be one. If I have a traveler's notebook for about last month, then that would be another one. If I did one about when I was a kid, that would be another one. For me, I would end up with a whole bunch of like half or maybe quarter finished traveler's notebook, and then it would just start to lose kind of track of things and maybe lose steam. So for me, I just do it all in one. They just go from one insert. When one insert's done, I start a new one. And there's past, there's present, there's future. A lot of times we do looking forward lists, and those are mixed in as well. Um, before and after, before and after, before and after. Do we have a before? Do we have a before and after? We had a beginning and end, but not necessarily. Let's do this, friends. If there are any type of stamps that you would like to see, shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. We don't always do them. We don't always get to do them. Sometimes they just don't necessarily make sense in a bigger picture, a bigger scope of things. But if you have requests, absolutely send them. Send them along, and we always keep track of them. And if it makes sense for us to work them in, we work them in. Okay. I love what Leanne said. Whatever you do, Wanda, just do it. My mom gave me a Layle size journal for Christmas with her childhood photos and stories about those photos. Best present ever. Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to say before we get going. I'm going to get off my soapbox. Um, what Leanne just said, her mother gave her a journal with childhood photos and stories about those photos, and it was the best present ever. That's what we're doing here. Sometimes they have photos, sometimes they don't, but we are documenting, we're telling a story, and at some point, someone might be really happy in our life, family, friend, strangers, to know something about us. All right. And that's why what we do. But it also is fun, and we get to play with fun stickers and paper and things like that. Okay. All right. And that is very, very cool. What a treasure, right? What a treasure. All right. So our first list for today, our first list is, I reworded it after I thought a lot about the wording. Where my time actually goes. So I think I had originally called it Things I Spend Way Too Much Time Doing. This one is called Where My Time Actually Goes. Now, part of this is very tongue in cheek, and part of it is just reality, right? One of the things on my list is doom scrolling. If you don't know that term, it's basically you get on social media and you're just doing this. You're just doom scrolling, you're looking, you read whatever, 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 and next thing you know, 4 hours have gone by. So and that's true. That's where my some of my time goes. It's not well spent, but it's true. It's where some of my time goes. So for this first list, I am going to be using the May portion of the spring summer season pass. All right. Season pass we've been doing for about a year and a half now, and it is a very broad range of products as opposed to deep. So deep would be if you buy a full Christmas collection and it's got lots of papers and stickers, but it's all for one theme. Season pass is very broad. So it is for 3 months at a time. The one I am pulling product from is spring summer, and it gives you a broad collection of products. So you have papers and word strip stickers and die cuts for and stamps for each of the 3 months in that season. So spring, summer would be April, May, June. Just little snippets to give you maybe enough to do one or two projects for each of those 3 months. It has been widely popular in 2026. We made some really great changes, and Becky's just killing it with design. So I am using, I pulled some of the May, April, May, June, May. These are May. These are May. I pulled some of the products from May of Spring Summer Season Pass. So, Spring Summer Season Pass always has 4 papers for a particular month. So, for the entire season pass, you end up with 12 papers, 4 for each of the 3 months. And these are the papers for spring, summer. I have already cut them down. So, I've cut them down to 6 by 8 just because that's generally what I'm used to using. So, I've cut them down to 6 by 8 for me, and that is what I will be using here. I have also pulled some of the die cuts from the spring summer season pass. Remember before when I was talking about Becky and I said, like, for example, I say, hey, Becky, I would love a bee that has flowers on it. And that is what she came back with. And that was like, holy cow. Like, aren't those amazing? Even if bees scare you, how can you be scared of bees like that? Like, if a bee like that flies up to me and it stings me, I almost don't care because it's so pretty with the flowers, right? Okay, so I am using some paper and stickers, excuse me, paper and die cuts from the May portion of the spring summer season pass. And this one is where my time really goes. So, what I thought I would do, usually when I am doing a list, we all get in the habit of doing things the same way. Usually I have, well, I'm always going to have a left and a right page. That won't change here. But usually I have like part of a list on the left, part of a list on the right. Um, and as you start looking at my list, they all kind of resemble that for the most part. Same thing here, where you have paper here, and then the list is kind of in between that part, right? This one I'm going to do a little bit differently. I'm going to do my paper and most of my embellishments up top, like a bar across the top, and then I will be putting kind of my writing down below. That's my thought. So, with all of this beautiful paper, I know I'm going to incorporate the bees and probably the little honeycomb and probably that. I'm going to say maybe that little envelope with the flowers coming out of it. So, with that said, what do I want up here? Whatever I choose up here will end up being the same. My little bar up here will end up being the same on both pages. So, as we just kind of start looking at this, is that going to give me enough of a contrast if I go that way? I mean, it certainly will. It will look way different than I go with something like this, right? I mean, that gives it a totally different look. But I think that's probably for what I'm doing here, maybe going to be pulling in too much color and pattern. So let's put that guy off to the side. This would give it a total. I mean, obviously, the paper that you choose or the embellishments that you choose will really change the look of things. So far, I'm going to say that one, or maybe, but I think this one will probably be a little bit too much. If I felt like that was a little bit too much color, I could certainly come in with something like this and try to, just balance that a little bit, but I think it's just, again, too much. What that tells me is we've got double sides. This is a beautiful one too, but that will take me in a totally different direction. I think I want to go with the yellow because I think the stamping I will pull in that really pretty green. That's another beautiful, that pattern with those bees. And then you see on the back side, super subtle, that little honeycomb. So good. All right. So now I need to decide about how tall would I like this to be? We probably need to go maybe here because I'm going to stamp my title and I'm going to use the Alpha from Destination Unknown Mini for most of it. But then for one word, I am going to use, I think, this. We'll have to see. That's going to take up quite a bit of room. So on one side, where my time is going to be really big here. So maybe what I'll do is let me pull these out. I have an idea ahead of time what I want to do, but it's usually then when we actually sit down and start doing it that sometimes things have to change a little bit just because now these are going to be really big. Let's look and see if time will work with this guy. So the font in Timmy Alpha is the same, just larger than that font in Destination Unknown. So let's just pull out our letters for time. The bees in the paper. I know, I'm telling you, it's so good, right? I will tell you, I think I looked this morning. I think we are down to our last 5 or 6 of the spring summer season pass kits. And there definitely is more of the paper pack because you can buy a season pass as a kit. You can also buy the pieces a la carte. Um, but the kit itself is down to about 5 or 6 left. And the die cuts a la carte are not far behind. So if you've been thinking, oh, yeah, you know what? It's now April, spring, summer. I'm thinking about now picking up the season pass for spring, summer. Don't wait because it will not be around for long. So, really, in this title, where my time actually goes, that I really want the emphasis to be on the word time, right? So, what if I did this? What if I did? My thought was, don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking I'd be able to spell where my and then time big and then actually goes here. But I think what I can do is maybe if I just stamp time here and then write where my and then over here actually goes, I might be able to fit um, these little guys next to it. We'll kind of think with that thought in mind, and then we'll might have to alter when we get over to that side, but that's going to be our plan for this side. So if I start right up here, I feel like we should start right about that line. That'll give it enough of a pattern there, and then our title, and then we'll have room for making our list of where our time actually goes. So does that make sense, you guys? When I say this list is about where my time actually goes, basically things you spend way too much time on. So keeping that in mind, I would love it in the chat if you would share with me or share with us what would be on your list. Even if you're not listing with us, what would be on your list? Where does your time actually go? What things do you spend way too much time on? And guess what? This is a judgment-free zone. It is a judgment-free zone. So if you say you spend way much too much time watching QVC, guess what? No one's going to judge you because it's a safe free zone. So you can tell what you want to tell. All right. Within reason, as long as it's PG. Don't, well, I don't know. It just, just, just. Sometimes I got to be careful. You share whatever you want. And then one of these days, someone's going to send something. I'm going to go, oh, golly. Well, probably weren't really thinking that you might say that. Mary said cooking. Mary said cooking. Procrastinating on what I need to get done. Absolutely not. I never do that. I never procrastinate. Ever. Ever, ever, never. Never. And I'm pretty sure that's on my list. In fact, I know it's on my list. It actually comes up on my list, 2 different lists today. That's funny. Yeah, because when you don't want to do something, you will do anything but what you should be doing, right? Okay, let's see. So let's see what this is going to end up being. I am cutting this at about, let's say 2 3/4. No, 1 3/4. Right? That would be 1 3/4, Layle. right? Hang on. Just let me make sure. That is, yeah, 1 3/4. I just put it in the, oh, Layle, never mind. Don't worry about what I'm trying to do here. Why I turned that around 8 different times. 1 3/4 is what I'm going with. Now, I am working in a traveler's notebook insert and it is standard wide. Standard wide is 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. All right, so that is what I am working with here, 5 by 8.25. So this now is, I need to narrow that one down. Needs to be 5. Bring that back in. Now my patterns aren't going to match up in the center, and that's okay. I mean, I ain't nobody got time for that. All right. If I had kept that as a 12 by 12, then I could have made it. You won't even notice. All right. So let's grab our um, I totally just lost that. I just grabbed my tape runner, right? That's what I did. Grabbed my tape runner. Now I need to, well, normally I would use I'll use a corner rounder here. Okay, let's get a little corner rounder out and I will round those corners. I like to round my outside corners because the outside corners of my traveler's notebook inserts are rounded. Okay, this part I'm going to take out since it is out, make it a little bit easier to work. And then we'll do the same over here. Go ahead and adhere this guy. Social media. Doom scrolling is a total time suck. Yes, Brenda, it is. Tamara. Oh, hi, Sam. What are you doing?
Come to the litter box.
Oh, I love your shoes. They look like my shoes. Sorry, guys. Have momming for a second. Oh, oh my gosh. Okay, well, there's his shoes, Sam. Thank you, Sam, for showing everyone. Yeah, okay, and guess who? Well, and now that sorry for that interruption. I mean, sorry, not sorry. I was not expecting to see Sam's cute little face. So when I see Sam's cute little face, I have to say hello. Sam is our younger son, and Reggie is Sam's cat. That is now our cat because been living with us for the last. Yeah, that he lives with us, Sam.
Just because he lives with you doesn't make it so he's not my cat.
Okay, well, yes, I think he's come to take care of the litter box. So today it is his cat. Yes, thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. All right. Anyhow, people are saying hello, Sam.
Hello, all.
Carrie, your husband would say driving. You spend too much driving. Never ending chores, right? Yeah. Working, it really takes too much time out of my crafting time. Get you there, Carrie. Absolutely, I get you there. Playing Monopoly Go. Wendy, is that like a game on your phone? Okay. All right.
It's Monopoly on your phone.
Oh, Monopoly on your phone.
Yeah.
I actually made a huge change in my life over the last probably 9 months. I deleted every single game off of my phone.
Really?
I don't play any games anymore because
I'm really proud of you.
thank you, Sam, because that was a procrastination for me. I know, Carrie, don't they look like they look like the Onitsuka Tigers, don't they? They're not. They look like
Vans.
okay, just Vans. All right.
Do you need anything?
Yeah, like your outfit is like pretty awesome, Sam. I love it. Do I need anything? I'm good, thank you. No, I've got 2 waters.
Okay.
I have to drink a lot of water.
Talk a lot. That's why you also go do your voice coach thing.
Yes, my voice therapy. All right. And then, of course, when Sam walks in, Reggie's so excited to see him. He just like jumps over everything here on the table in order to reach Sam. So you got a little Reggie sighting there. Oh, and there he is again. Cats will just kind of do whatever they want. And Reggie is like the king of that, doing whatever he wants. Reggie got in trouble last night. I had to lock him in the laundry room in the middle of the night. He wanted to play with me, and I was sleeping and did not want to play. All right. So
Reggie is my
Reggie.
cat, guys.
Okay, I know.
Always
Then
doing
listen,
something.
listen. Please get him out of the way. Okay, sorry.
What?
Just here. If you are new here, just know that's just it's live streaming and it's free and we just have fun, right? And life happens. That's what's happening right now. The life is happening, so it's all good. I need to just grab one little thing here. But Sam lives in town, so I'm just going to lift this up just a tad. Once you start to get about halfway through your insert, it is obviously much more bulky on one side than the other. And so your paper, as it starts to meet that inside edge, tends to want to lift up because of gravity. So I've just added a little bit of double stick tape right there, and that will help that to stay down. There we go. All right. Um, okay. We love when life happens live. You know what? It just is what it is. And guess what? If this was edited, it just would not be me. I mean, it's just not. It's part of what, then I'm just like you. Then I'm just like you. All right. So now we are ready for that title, right? Time. If you're just joining us, this is where my time actually goes. Or it could be like things I spend way too much time on. So green, this green was really kind of pulling me in when I was looking at the different papers. So I'm thinking that I probably want to use, I think I already even know. I think it's probably going to be mowed lawn. Got my little swatches out here just to be sure, but I know mowed lawn pretty well. So I think it is, look at that. That's what we want to use. So let's get our stamping block. When it comes to stamping, lots of things with stamps. When I start stamping, that's when I kind of share a lot of information, just things that I've learned over the years. No one ever told me how to stamp. No one ever taught me how to stamp. I had to figure it out on my own. So for a long time, I really disliked stamping because I had no clue what I was doing. And I'd buy the things, right? We buy the things and then, sometimes we don't use them. Or sometimes we try to use them and we don't know what we're doing. And then we get frustrated and then we stop using them. And then we're mad because we spent good money and. So when it comes to stamping, there are some things that I've learned over the years that have been game changers for me. Absolute game changers. The first one, and I won't go through that today because I have already used these stamps before. If you have a brand new stamp set, it's really important that you prime it or condition it. You get it ready for stamping. It is not ready to be used right out of the package. And it can be. I didn't know this for years. It can be used. You just may not exactly like the way that it looks. So, on any of the newer stamps that you've bought from me in probably the last year, you now have a little QR code on the back of the packaging. That is a free class. You can also find it here on my YouTube channel where I talk to you about a couple of different methods to prime or condition your stamps before you use them for the first time. And I explain why. So I'm going to skip through that part. I've already done that, but if you want to know more about that, you'll find a class here on my YouTube channel. Next thing I've done, you'll notice I just pulled something out. This is a pencil board. It is a flat surface. Hard. Oh, don't you hate it when influencers do that? Up to the camera, they're like, "Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee." But I do that here so you can hear that it is a hard, flat surface that I can slide underneath something to give me a nice flat surface to stamp on. All right. So what that's doing is that's preventing me from having problems with everything that's happened over here, right? There's a lot of different layers. Your different layers can affect your stamped impression. Now, what it can't help me with is anything I've done over here, but I think will be okay. What I mean by that is I have really one layer, two layers on top of this. So may give us a little bit of trouble, but it's going to eliminate any problems we'd have from the bulkiness of anything that has happened over here. So I'm going to put that in between my page like that. Oh, I don't think I have. Roll this one over. I don't think I have any of my clips down here. Let's see. Will that? Yeah, let me try. Well, it will. That I've just clipped kind of the top of my page and the pencil board together. That'll just kind of help it to stay down instead of that page that was kind of up in the air. So pencil board is the first thing. Next thing, Stamping block. You need a stamping block for your acrylic, or excuse me, your photopolymer stamps. You also need one for your acrylic stamps. That's an acrylic block, but my stamps are not acrylic, they're photopolymer. Big difference in quality there. So there's a couple of different ways I can stamp that word time. I could take one large stamping block like that and line up all of my letters on one stamping block and just stamp that at one time. For that, for me, I don't like to do that. The reason I don't like to do that is when I do that, it puts too much space between each of my letters and it looks really unnatural to me. The reason there's space between your letters when you line multiple letters up, one next to the other, on your stamping block is because all your stamps have a little bit of extra material or padding around them. So you can kind of see there's a little lip right there. So when you take that lip on the M and set it next to the lip with the eye, that gives you an enhanced lip, a fat lip, right? You know what I mean. Basically, it's just for me personally, too much space between those two letters. So instead of lining all my letters up on my stamping block at once, I choose to stamp each of them individually. When it comes to, did you guys hear that? I have no idea what that was, but it sounds like something hit the window. Oh, sorry about that. Anyhow, because what I think that was probably a bird. Darn it. Um, You want to right size your stamping block to your stamp. What I mean by that, I want the smallest size stamping block that will fit my stamp. This one is probably going to be it. That is one of my little 1.625-inch round acrylic stamping blocks. It works there, right? I like to right size my stamping block to my stamp because it's a lot easier for me to handle. If I take stamp and I put it on a larger stamping block like that, it still works. I can still handle that. The problem is now there's all this extra real estate around. So it's a little bit hard for me to maybe get a nice even impression when there's all that extra real estate. Real estate. That becomes really evident when you use something like this, a really teeny tiny stamp. So if you can right size your stamping block to your stamp, to me, that's a game changer. To me, that makes a huge difference. It's made a huge difference in my stamping. The next thing is test first. Always test first. Always, always, always. I cannot reiterate enough how important, in my opinion, it is to test stamp first. There's a lot of things that you can find out when you test stamp that I would rather find out when I'm test stamping as opposed to find out on my project. Like number one, what if there's a little Reggie hair? Now you won't have a Reggie hair on yours, but what if there's a Reggie hair on my stamp or a piece of lint or dust or something like that? If there's anything on that stamp, it is going to prevent the ink from sticking in that spot, right? So like this little guy right here, and it may not be super evident, but do you see how right there, it's just kind of, there's not very much ink right there? That's probably because there was something on my stamp. And that I figured out and that I could correct before I actually stamped on my project. So test stamp for things like that. Test stamp if you are putting all of your letters next to each other on one stamping block that you've spelled it correctly, that you like the color ink, that, some other things that are really helpful. Test stamping is to decide how much pressure you need to apply. In general, when I watch people stamp, it seems like they press way harder than they need to. And here's a really good example of that. That's a really fine stamp, thing's eye, very fine. That is the amount of pressure that should be applied. That's how the stamp is designed. It's a very kind of really thin font, and it should be really basic like that. Now, and that's very much over exaggerated, but that's what happens when you press too hard on a stamp. It totally flattens out the polymer, the stamp material, and things tend to look blurry. All right. So that's another thing. If you're test stamping, and I highly recommend that you do, that you test pressure. So you've got a good feel for how much pressure that you need to apply. I am going to just clean this off very quickly because I need to get the T off and I need to start with the E. There's a reason why I need to start with the E. I know where this word has to end. The word has to end right here, right? I don't necessarily know where it has to start in order to fit. So if I can help myself out by starting where I know we need to end, then I shouldn't run out of room, right? How many times have you been stamping or using letter stickers, right? How many times you've been stamping or using letter stickers and you start at the beginning and you get to the end and there's either way too much room or there's not enough, and then you're trying to squish, the end of your word all together. So if I start backwards, that really tends to help. So we still want to test, right? We haven't tested the E. Make sure everything looks good. There's actually, I can see that little hole right there? There is a little piece of probably a little just lint or something on there. So I just kind of picked that off with my finger and now it's good. All right, so we're starting here. We have our pencil board in play and this needs to go right about here for my E. Now, that little blip where the ink kind of didn't go on the E, that's probably because of um, one of the frames that was underneath it on the backside. So it's just going to be that way. All right, clean this off. So it sounds like you guys are talking about maybe you will pivot. That's a great episode from Friends, right? Some of you, when you are crafting, like to TIM, like to have music on. Some of you guys like to listen to an audiobook or maybe a podcast or watch TV. Watch something on, whoops, Netflix or TV or movie or whatever. Curious in the chat, tell me when you're crafting, what is it? Do you watch or listen? And if listen, what are you listening to? I am very particular about that. I cannot watch anything at all because I can't stay focused because I'm focused on whatever I'm doing. So I cannot track. The reason I just cleaned that off, there were a couple spots on there that I had little lint or whatever. It's damp, right? I just cleaned it. Before I re-ink it right now, I'm going to dry it off. That can be a really important part of your process when you are working with pigment-based ink. Pigment-based ink, I call it a juicy ink. It takes a little bit longer to dry. And so if I've cleaned it and not let it dry or helped it dry, pigment-based ink is water reactive. So it can actually react to the moisture that's still on your stamp. And in some cases, do some things that you might not have been anticipating or wanting. So I don't know. Maybe Nick threw something in the window well. Sorry, you can probably totally hear them out there doing whatever. All right. TIME. Louisa, I love to listen to you, Layle. Oh, thank you. When you are crafting, you like to listen to me. So someone said listen to audiobooks. Brenda mostly listen to a book, podcast, or YouTube. Vikaj likes to watch soccer when she's crafting. Yeah. Um, Gerda said, I don't have a TV in my craft room. Never had. I maybe listen to music. If not, I'm listening to my thoughts. Background shows. Wanda said it's hard to watch and craft. She'd rather listen to music. That's me. Listen to music. I can't even listen to a podcast or an audiobook. I can't do it because I'm constantly like, wait a minute, what? Wait, what did they say? Because I have completely tuned out the last 12.2 minutes. And then they're talking about something. I'm like, wait a minute, what? What did I miss? And then I have to rewind and then it's just not worth it. So music, it's music for me. What did Dad drop something into the window well?
The cover.
The cover?
You know, we have the plastic covers.
Oh, he dropped it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So good. No bird. No bird died in the whatever Nick was doing. Well, it was Nick, not a bird.
No bird.
No bird. Okay. So Sam,
Nest in there though.
look at while you're standing here, why don't you answer something for me? What's something you spend way too much time doing?
Working.
Working. Working? Okay. All right. What else?
Probably sitting on my phone.
Sitting on your phone, like doom scrolling, huh? Yeah, right. Okay. That seems to be a pretty common. Doom scrolling is on mine as well. And I think it's probably on a lot of people.
I started reading again though.
You have? Oh, good. Reading. So, some people might say they spend too much time reading. If you say that, I am jealous of you. I would like to spend too much time reading. I, I feel guilty. I feel guilty when I read.
You might be physically incapable of spending too much time reading.
Well, yeah, I know, right? I
You
love
are
to read.
Miss Workaholic.
Well, I know. That's one of the things on my list. I spend way too much time working. Hard not to. When you own your own business, and even when I didn't own my own business, that's just who I am.
I know that's not Grammy, but that looks like
That
Grammy.
does
You
not look
dyed her
like your
hair.
grandmother at all. Okay, anyhow. All right. All right. Yeah, a lot of people are saying they can't multitask, right? You can't multitask.
You should have printed out the
Okay.
Paralympics one
Okay.
too. We
Oh,
we
they
went
did?
we went 3 for 3 beating Canada.
What? Yay. There's some Canadians on
Sorry
here.
for the Canadian viewers, but Vicky, I'm not sorry for you though. I don't know if
Vicky's
she
not on.
watched
No,
it.
she's at Scrapfest this weekend. All right. So hold on, guys. Are we losing a little? Did we get what did it? It seemed like it got a little weird there. Did it get a little weird on your end? Like it kind of like choppy? Maybe it's okay now. Okay. It's okay. I think we're okay. I think it's back to where we want it to be. Let me bring this up. Let's see. No, it didn't. Okay, maybe just on my side. All right, so there we go. Things that some of you are like, things I spend my time way too much time on, Layle. Talking instead of working, talking instead of working, and probably stamping. But it's part of what it is, right? So where my time is going to be like this. Yes, sweetie. Okay. All right. Oh, thank you. Here, give me.
No, put your cap on your marker.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I like
Okay.
that shirt,
Oh,
Mom.
thank you. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Love you, Mama.
When are you coming for dinner?
Lena works tonight.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna talk to her and see if she wanted to do lunch with you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Because
All right.
we're all gonna get together and watch the Mammoth game at my house tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Thank you, sweetie. Bye.
bye.
Okay. All right. Where my where my time actually goes. Let's see. We'll do this right here. Where my time. Now, what I'd really like to do, I don't want to write actually goes here because if I write actually goes, that's going to look really funny, right? Because it will just be really small and then we've got all this space up here. So what I would really like to do, but I will probably not do this while we're together because it will take a lot more time, is I want to use these alphas from Destination Unknown Mini. So here I used Timmy Alpha. That is the same alpha, just smaller scale. And then here I will stamp actually goes. All right. But I won't do that while we're together because that will take a lot more time. But what I do need to do is this. I need to basically mentally block off this space. And when I say mentally, I mean I'm going to do that with a pencil, right? So I just know, Layle, you can't, when I start writing my list over here and come over here, I can't do anything in that space. This is like the do not use zone. It's not the triple X zone, it's the do not use zone. And I know enough about myself that if I don't do that there right now, we'll all be in trouble because I'll end up doing something over there. All right, so now let's decorate a little bit. Let's look. We have this cute little thing. We have our little cute bees. We know we need to get a bee in here, right? I don't know. I feel like maybe a bee needs to go there. What do we think? Do we put a bee there? I think that would be fun. What that also did was now just fill in all that blank space. But maybe we're better off filling in blank space with a flower or something. Oh no, see? Too small, right? And we could do a couple of flowers, but no, that doesn't work. We need the bee there. But let's see which bee we'd like. I think we like this bee. That bee will go there. And then maybe we have our little honeycomb there, and a bee could go there. And then we will need something else. So right now, the problem with this, in my opinion, is that we have this diagonal going here, right? We need a triangle. There's a design concept called a visual triangle. So right now this looks odd to us because we've got this kitty corner thing going, right? Well, what about down here? We're not going to be worried about up here. My title will be here. The other way I could solve the visual triangle, let's just do this. So I won't put this here, but that balances things a lot more because now we have a visual triangle. Our eye goes here, here, over to the next page. If I did this, this would also basically do the same thing for a visual triangle for me, but because I have here, 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 so I've got my triangle. But for me, I don't like the way that looks because now I have this big giant bar here, right? I've got basically, I'm emulating one side to the next. I could put something else there, but it would still bother me. So we'll end up doing probably our little guy here, maybe like this, our little honeycomb, and then we'll put something else down here. So I think else down here, what we could do, it could be something like a die cut. It could be a sticker. It could be a stamp. Um, it could even be a little bit of washi. Like if I did washi down here, that would kind of help it give us that visual triangle. But I think what I would like to do is um, use something from documenting the details. And I could do a definition at the bottom, either the details definition, or I could do the document definition, or I could even do this guy, this stacked word art. So let's just start figuring out what we want to add now. Usually I will end up decorating most of the way before I start writing because that way I know how much room I have. All right. Put flowers in that left bottom. Flowers in the left bottom, bees go to the flower. So if I did flowers, my problem with the flowers, unless I do something like this, which would work, the flowers I have are all for me. And this is just my personal preference. We have two, they're kind of too small. If I group some of them together like that, that's a little bit better. But I need something that is kind of a larger scale. I might use my little flowers somewhere else in here. I could certainly do that. But what if we did this? What if we put that there and this comes over here and this is here? Then that gives us our little triangle. I think we're going to do that. Now, what I need to do though, I need my pencil board is still there, which is good, but I need to move it because right now it is, it's not quite the length of my page. So I want to move that so that I don't end up partially on a pencil board and partially off. That's not a good thing when you're stamping. You want that flat surface to be everywhere. Now I may come to regret this just because I'm going to have a big block of green, and then we're just going to do it anyway. All right. This right here. Do I ever use the same quote stamp twice in the same planner? Tamra, in the same spread? Is that what you mean, in the same spread? Or if I'm working in a planner, like in a memory planner like this, would I ever use the same one twice? Um, for me, personally, I wouldn't, just because I would want to mix things up. And for something like just taking that stamp set, for example, I have a lot of different options. So it would still have kind of the same general theme, but I'd be breaking it up a little bit. But I don't know if that is, I'm not sure though if that's what exactly what you were asking. So if not, let me know. Um, all right. I've right sized my stamping block to my stamp, and we'll test this out here. All right. That kind of design.
Hey,
What?
the floor cleaner in the garage is mine.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Um, the now I got totally sidetracked. Oh, this design style. You're starting to see this look in some of our stamps this year, and then also in some die cuts, and it is called stacked word art. So we're having a lot of fun. Ooh, what did I just do there? A
Come on, remember, it's always happy accidents.
happy accident. So let's talk about what happened right here. I knew something was going on there. Remember when I said, "Ooh, what happened here?" I could feel something was happening, and I know what happened here because I can go back a page and I can see that this got in the way. So, right where that piece is, this is sitting a little bit on top of this, so it made a little edge or bump there. And so that edge or bump got in the way of part of that stamp actually stamping. And you know what? There's nothing I can do about it. I certainly won't try to stamp on top of it again because it won't work. There is no way that little level of detail, I'll get that to work exactly where it needs to be. So it's fine, right? It's art, it's stamping. It's okay if it doesn't quite work the way I wanted it to. No sense crying over spilt milk, right? All right, so we could have this a little bit here. And we probably need maybe, I don't know, I need to start doing my list and then we'll see. Maybe that little guy goes there. What's going to happen now? What I can see happening, we're going to end up with a big bar and a big bar. It is what it is. We're going to keep going. Let's see. Um, oh, see, look at you guys. Um, Virginia said, absolutely. If it's a quote, I like to use it frequently. Right. So for me, I wouldn't do it in the same spread, but absolutely I would use the same stamp in my planner again and again, or in my traveler's notebook again and again, 100%. If I'm understanding what you're asking. Like the big planner. Yes, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because you know why? If you weren't, then your stamps all of a sudden become a very, very, very inexpensive tool, right? Because you're only using them once. Absolutely. They're meant to be used and reused, not used and abused, but used and reused, right? You clean them really well, put them away right after you use them, and then they will last you a really long time. All right. So now we are ready to start writing our list. This goes up here. And we might use, we have a couple of things on here that we could use. We could use that little check mark because I would like to use something for everything that's on my list, or I could use an arrow. I think what I'm going to use is an arrow. And I will be doing a run-on list. As I do my run-on list, what I mean about that, this is the opposite of a run-on list, right? This is like a numbered list. So I write a number and then make whatever it is, whatever it is. A run-on list would be something more like this guy. So I'm just icon, whatever it is, run on to the next thing, run on to the next thing, the next thing. And I need to have something that visually separates each of those things. So that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use my little arrow, that arrow stamp to visually distinguish, separate each of the items on my list. Get my little glue pen there so I can get enough, enough adhesive behind all those little parts that might be a little bit harder to get with the, a tape runner. This little guy is going to bleed a little bit off the page, so we'll cut the part off that is bleeding. I generally don't like things to stick out of the edges of my traveler's notebook just because the edges will tend to just really get kind of ruined if I do. Maybe what we want to do, so what if we do that? What if we do this and now we've given ourselves a little bit of a different visual triangle and it's not like this. We now have this big bar here and a bar here. So we just kind of move this a little bit so that it is there. And then it's kind of just going to be in the middle a little bit, which I think will be great. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, that's a ticket. Just kind of in the middle-ish, like that. And then our little bee over here. Now, these things have nothing to do with my list, right? I promise you on my list, there's nothing to do with I spend too much time beekeeping. Sometimes we feel like we have to have literal things that represent whatever we're talking about, right? So if I have on my list, I spend too much time doom scrolling. Do I feel like I have to have an icon of a phone on here or a photo of a phone? Maybe, but I don't have to, right? Sometimes feeling like we have to find the exact right thing for the content that we're trying to document makes it so that we actually don't document because, I don't want to go out all the time trying to find a sticker with the phone on it and then, whatever else is on my list. Okay. So for the most part, my list is a little bit tongue in cheek, but it also definitely has an air of sincerity to it as well. So I get these put away and then we're going to be ready to write. Oh, except we need our little arrow there. Okay. So I need also a much smaller stamping block because that would work, but it's way too big for that. Remember, we want to right size. So if we can right size our stamping block to our stamp, in my opinion, it makes life way easier. All right, so here we go. I need my pencil board again, so let's bring this back in. And let's see where we're starting. I think we'll start right here. I'll start in the lines because it's easier if I start in the line, right? Test. I am going to clean this off and I will show you why. I would like to place this again. It looks to me like it's a little bit droopy on this end. And that means when I probably set it, it was not exactly even. Let's try that again. I find I do much better job setting stamps on my stamping block if I put them down on the work surface and pick them up with the stamping block, as opposed to just trying to pick them up with my fingers and put them on. All right, so here we go. All right, I am going to we're still running into the same problem with all of those layers that I had on the page behind me. And there's really nothing there's one thing you can do about that. If you're worried that you have too much layers on the page behind you, and in this case, I couldn't take the page out, right? Because I'm stamping directly on the page. Um, if I had been doing all of this on a piece of white cardstock or a piece of pattern paper, then I could be doing it here where I have a flat surface as opposed to worrying out about what was underneath. Again, when we do that, what's here behind here is not affecting us, but it's what's here that is affecting us. So when we look right here, wherever the start of wherever that little part was, it just ran into the layers right there. So that's why it did that. Now, nothing wrong with that. And you might be like, well, that doesn't bother me. I don't even know what you're talking about, Layle. That to me looks odd. So I'm just grabbing this little pipette and I picked up a little bit of that ink color on it. And I'm just going to come in here and very lightly kind of color that in. And it's probably going to continue, depending on where I'm stamping, it may continue doing that for me. So I'll just keep that guy out. While I'm here, I might as well fix my little E over here that did the same thing. Okay. I obviously can't use that to fix down there. All right, so first thing on my list. Um, the very first thing on my list is doing everything except the thing I actually need to do. Procrastinating, right? That's what that means. Doing everything except the thing I actually need to do. Procrastination at its finest. Anyone else do that? Where your time actually goes. That's this, where my time actually goes. Doing everything except the thing I actually need to do. Because I don't want to do it. Right? So I will find anything else I need to do. Oh, hey, I should vacuum right now. I know I should be working on getting an email out, but I'm going to vacuum right now instead. I like to vacuum, that's why. Um, oh, thank you. Hydrate, Diane. I need to hydrate. Thank you. I thought that was a fun way to put it, right? Doing everything except the thing I actually need to do. The next one, of course, is doom scrolling. Doom scrolling. I know better, but do it anyway. You know what that means? Doom scrolling. If you're not familiar with that term, it's basically just like getting on the internet and just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and wasting your time. Uh, I do it on social media. I think people call it doom scrolling because in a lot of cases on social media, you're probably seeing things that are maybe doomy, doomy, right? Okay, hold on. DOOMY, like pertaining to doom, right? Unless you've really managed to figure out your algorithm and you only see bunnies and kittens and craft projects. And if you know how to do that, you tell me because I don't know how to get only those things I want to see on there. Doom scrolling. Here's another one. Being hard on myself, even though I know it is not warranted and serves no purpose. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone do that? I spent a lot of time doing that. Way more time than I should. I mean, really, I shouldn't even say way more time. We should not do that at all, right? I should not give that half seconds thought, but I do, right? I should have done this. I could have done this. Why didn't I? Right? Why? Uh, where my time actually goes. My business. That is where an incredibly significant, a large percent of my time. Too much of my time. That's a character flaw. I am a workaholic, and I have always been that way. Always, whether it was my own business or not. I'm a really good employee to have because I will dedicate everything to my job. So it's definitely better when it's my for my own purpose, my own business, right? But yeah, a significant amount of my time goes there. And I definitely benefit from that, right? But yeah. Another one, thinking and caring about what other people think. Golly, I hate that. Like, golly, I hate that. I wish I did not care. Sometimes I think I'm better about it, and then other times I'm not at all. Other times, not at all. It's hard. That's a hard one for me. Um, this one I had to figure out. I actually wrote this one about 4 different ways because I do not want this to be taken the wrong way. And the way that I kindly boiled it down was dealing with very frustrating email interactions, right? Yeah. Dealing with very frustrating email interactions. Yeah. And I probably don't need to say any more about that, but yeah. And that's comes with the territory, right? When you are in any kind of business. customer service. And for the most part, they're amazing emails. But every once in a while, just an email interaction that can be very frustrating. Um, pinballing, this is what I like to call it. Pinballing from task to task to task. Not equating in, ending in, not, I'll just say this, which leaves many half finished tasks, right? That's like the old go into the room, you're in your bedroom and you're like, "Oh, I need to go take this to the laundry room." And you take it to the laundry room and then you're in the laundry room and you're like, "Oh, there's those pair of socks I was looking for Sam." And then I take the pair of socks and then I go downstairs and I put them, wherever he's going to grab them when he comes over next. And then I'm downstairs, I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute. Look at that. Um there's a spot on the floor. I better go get the carpet cleaner and clean that." So you go upstairs to the laundry room to get the carpet cleaner, and you're in the laundry room, and you're like, "Oh, hey, I should put in a load of laundry." Like, "Oh, you know what? I think there's something in the closet floor that I need to put in the laundry." And then you go to the closet floor, and you're in the closet floor, and you're like, "Oh, wait a minute. I need to figure out what I'm going to wear when I go to Little Craft Fest next week." And literally pinballing, right? You're pinballing like a pinball machine, where the ball is going from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, and ending with lots of unfinished tasks, partially finished tasks. And then the next thing you know, you're back in the laundry room and you're like, "Why did I come in here again? What was I gonna do? Didn't I wanna wasn't I in here an hour ago because there was something I need to do?" Yeah. Um, yes, so I pinball a lot. And I pinball a lot. it- in my emails, I pinball a lot. Like, guess what? If I'm working on a project and you send me an email, guess what I do? Sometimes, if you catch me at the right time, I stop what I'm doing right then and I answer your email, which is good for you, but it's not really good for me because then everything I was working on, when I go back to it, I'm like, where was I? Yeah, I pinball a lot. That's part of my personality. I think that's also part of my ADHD where I just kind of do, yeah. All right. And I know so many of these things you guys are with me on. You can relate. And if you can't relate to me directly, you can probably relate to other people in your life, right? Um, Here's another one. Consuming inspiration instead of spending time creating, right? Right? That is me all the time. I'll be on social media and I'm like, "Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. That's a great idea." And then next thing you know, I've pinned all these things and I have all these things saved in my Instagram and I have spent hours consuming inspiration when I could have been spending hours creating, right? Consuming inspiration and instead of spending time creating. No, it's not, I mean, it's not a bad thing to look at a magazine, to be inspired. It's not a bad thing to consume inspiration. The problem is if you're spending so much time consuming inspiration that you are not actually taking that inspiration and doing something with it. There, yeah, that's it. That's it for me. Um, so now I don't really have room for a little arrow here. So let's see what's going to happen here. What if I do this? So I don't have enough room for an arrow here, right? And I really don't want to have an arrow partially on my little honeycomb there. So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to mask off the end of this arrow. Not the arrow part, but the back part. I'm just going to take this little sticky note and I would like my arrow to probably end right there. So if I ink again and I do this and then pull that off, then I have a partial arrow. So if your arrow isn't, you need to have a shorter arrow, just mask it off. But in doing so, I didn't get that little part there. So let's just fix that little part there. Okay, that's good. All right, mask done. So next thing on my list, just in general, overthinking. Yeah, I feel like we need to go over here. In general, does not matter the subject. Like, I'm the queen of having a discussion with somebody, and then later I'm like, oh, I should have said that. Or, gosh, you know what? If I had phrased that differently, or it just would have made so much more sense. Or, ooh, that was a rude remark. And if I had come back like that, it would have been, just kind of like in your face, but it wouldn't be in your face. It'd just be like whatever I said would have just made them feel little, even though I said it in a really nice way because they made me feel really small. Right? Anything like that when you are way overthink all the kind of things like that, or you're laying in bed and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how sad the show the Madison is, and wonder what happens when, like, what's she gonna do? And I mean, it's a fiction show. Why am I overthinking a fiction show? All right. Oh, this was one. Okay. Oh, I had overthinking, but this was no. I guess I'm gonna expand on that one a little bit because now this one is this replaying conversations in my head and how I could have responded to them differently. All right. So now this is interesting. That was the last one on my list. And this was not planned. Okay. When you look at the things on my list, here is my listing workbook. Here are all the things on my list. And I wish I could say that was planned. Like, I wish I knew exactly what I was going to write. I had the things on my list. I ended up kind of, paraphrasing a little bit. Didn't know that my arrows would be there. Didn't know that would be there, but it's even. Right? So now I have this whole extra space right here. So now what do I do? I don't know. I could think of some other things to write, right? I don't know. Do I think of some other things to write down there? Because I'm sure things I spend way too much time on doing. Figuring out what else to write on my list because I have more room and it's going to look really imbalanced if I leave it the way that it is, right? So yes, I could put ephemera down there, right? I do have some different ephemera that I could put down here. But then for me, I have to really be careful because then it looks like, is it looking like now I'm just like had too much room, so I'm trying to fill in the space now? Maybe. Do I do a little bit of more of this down here? Do we end up with this down here? And then is it weird because I have this down here? Do I decide, hey, I just want to have this down here and this down here like that? And then see, I don't know. I don't know. And this is probably going to be one of those where we'll figure out next week when we see me in 2 weeks. Same. So I could do that, right? I could do the same stamp on the other side. Um, I don't think I would like the same stamp on the other side. So this is what we're going to do. Um, We're going to end this list. Sometimes we get to the point when we're working on something when we're like, I'm just not quite sure where I'd like to take this. And right now, I'm just not sure where I'd like to take this. I mean, I have other pattern paper, but now I'm really like that. We know that wouldn't work. We could do something like this on the bottom and on the bottom. Usually what happens is if now I try to force it, then you see me vacillate a lot where I'm like, what should I do this? Should I do this? Sometimes we get to the point where we're like, you know what? We need to walk away. And I think that is probably what I will do right now. You want a flowery dress in that paper pattern. This one? Well, look, our dress could be this paper. Our dress could be this paper. Our dress could even be, well, that would be fun too, but it could even be really kind of funky. That paper, right? So I don't know what I'm going to do, friends. Um, I don't know, but I'll figure it out before we're together again. Something scalloped would look good. Something scalloped would be pretty. Um, just what I have scalloped in front of me. What if, let's just see. So we have black with the bees. So if I did that, then I feel like we would also do it here. Let's look. We'll try this and see if we like it. And if we don't like it, then we'll just say we'll figure it out later. Now, I still don't have the rest of my title here. You know what? We're just going to do this because sometimes if I say, well, I'd have to do it later, but then I'm giving myself more things to do that. Okay. We are going to do that. We're going to cut this one off. We are going to come over here. We're going to lift this guy up. Just kind of try to slide under there and put our washi here also. Oh, no, Layle, that doesn't work. Like, what does that doesn't look right because it's not. We'll do this. And cut this off like that. There's our little bead. Now, once I still need to add the rest of my title and I will stamp that later. So that's why if you're looking at this going, Layle, something's really wrong there. You've got this big old blank space there. That's what's going to go there. So then we will do, yeah, we're just going to end up doing this. So this will end up being, how tall is that? And then I need to take a drink of water. Can you hear that? Here now I sound like I've been smoking a cigarette for the last 2 hours that we've been together, right? That is a issue that I have developed that we are trying to fix with some voice therapy. Um, it usually, well, it always happens every, hang on, let me see how wide this is. This is an inch and between that, okay. I'm just gonna do this. Um, it, oh, sorry. It always happens in November after I have been teaching really straight a lot in person and then also on YouTube for about 3 months with kind of nonstop between my in-person teaching events and things like that. This year, usually it goes away, it starts in November and usually goes away after a couple of weeks. It did not go away. And I went to an ENT, ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he scoped my throat and said that, hang on. Um, said that there is a space between my vocal cords that normally isn't there. And that is what makes that sound like it's really scratchy. Because I'm not sick. It just scratchy. And so he sent me to a voice therapist. So I went and saw the voice therapist, and the voice therapist kind of explained more what's going on and said, I have damaged my vocal cords. And she asked a lot about what I do. And I explained, if I'm not teaching in person, then I'm talking, I am live streaming for, a long period of time. And when I'm doing that, there is no break. Like, I have to talk the whole time because if I don't talk the whole time, then you guys think you lost sound, right? So I'm just talking the whole time and blah, 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 whatever. But because I'm talking the whole time, my voice does not get to rest. And she said that I did it to myself when I, in November, got really sick. And sometimes there's still things you got to do. And I had to teach a class or something. And then I got walking pneumonia in January. And when I got walking pneumonia in January, I had to teach my year in review class. And so walking pneumonia, and I was talking for, probably a good 4 hours straight. And she said that's likely what it was. So now I am doing voice therapy and supposed to be drinking every 10 or 15 minutes when I'm doing this, which is not necessarily easy. So I'm not sick. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now, I wish that I knew I was going to do that because if I had known I was going to do that, I would have dropped that. It's all good. I would have dropped things down, but you know what? It's just a list. It doesn't matter. And I'm not looking at the chat while I'm doing this. So if you've asked a question or made a comment, just know I'll get it in a sec. Amy is on an airplane today. She's flying to Houston. Her daughter lives in Houston. So she's flying to Houston early for Little Craft Fest. So she is not here helping to moderate today. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, washi. Scalloped washi, not a sticker. Scalloped washi. Okay. So let's turn that into a lesson there. When you stamp something, and if you don't like the way it looked, guess what? Just cover it up. And that's not why I did that by any means, but kind of worked out that way, didn't it? Reggie's being so good. He just came right back in and got in his little bucket. So he's not disturbing us. I think so. Virginia asked if that scallop washi. Um, it it has been. I don't know if we still have it. So check. It's one of my Layle by Mail washies from, I don't know, maybe 3 years ago. So check. And if you don't see it, we might still have some. So shoot me an email and I'll see. I'll ask Denise and Lily. It might be some of what's on the way to Little Craft Fest right now. All right, there we go. So once I do the rest of my title there, it's a lot. There's a lot going on, but it's good. Once I do the rest of my little title in there, and I'll stamp that later, then it will be finished and we'll look at what it looks like when we are together in 2 weeks. All right. Where my time actually goes, where my time, and this will be stamped in a smaller version of that actually goes. All right. So, oh my goodness, guess what we haven't done? We haven't done any prizes. Let's let's do two prizes right now. All right. Let's do two prizes because that one took us a long time. Well, it took us a long time for a couple of different reasons. It took us a long. Okay, let me stop. Prizes. We're going to do two giveaways right now, live giveaways, and they take place in the chat. So uh, just chat away in the chat. I am going to get all of these things put away and we will move on to our next list. Um, oh, I don't even know. I just explained the chat. What was I going to say? I don't know. I'm going to put these things away. I totally lost my train of thought there. No surprise. No surprise. That would be another thing on my list. Um, where my time actually goes, trying to remember what I was going to say. That's definitely one. Trying to remember what I was going to say. Trying to remember. Well, it won't fit, but that would be a great one because I do that often. Right along with um, trying to remember why I walked into a room. Right? Sometimes does it ever happen to you? You get up and you walk into the room for something and you get there and you're like, why am I here? Like, what was I supposed to do when I got here? What did I need to do? I spend way too much time doing that too. I think that's menopause and old age and anything else associated with that. All right, these little guys are going to get put away. No. All right, we might put some over there when we get our title done. We'll see. We shall see. All right, those are going to go there. Oh, they go in here. I'm just letting you guys chat away. How about this? How about for the first two prizes? We're going to do one of them is the Documenting the Details 2 stamp set. And the other one is, let's do the Timmy Alpha. So Timmy Alpha stamp set and the Documenting the Details stamp set. So one person will, we'll have two winners, and one will win one will the other. Doc Details 2 and Timmy Alpha. Okay. Our next list. So when we're together over Friday and Saturday, May 1st and 2nd, I will use Destination Unknown Mini, but I will use Destination Unknown Mini as a kind of travel. I'll use it in its travel version as opposed to using it for just the alphas. Our next list. As soon as I tell you our next list, I'm going to stop, and I am going to stop the chat, my finger, and roll up, and wherever it stops, that will be our first winner, and then I'll do it again, and that will be our second. So our next list is in the news. Well, you know what? We're gonna do the first one after that. The third one, golly, Layle. Um, we are going to do favorite quotes. So favorite quotes. We have done favorite quotes a couple of different times over the years. Because I have a lot of favorite quotes. And so sometimes, well, it's just a good time to do a new favorite quotes list. So let me look in that idea book. I think in this one, it would probably be in All About Me, page 79. Let's look. That's where we would have put it in that first idea book. We did favorite words one time. We've done family isms. Family isms, like things that you are known for saying, or your mom, or your dad, or your brother, or your sister, or your partner, friends. We did a family isms that was kind of like a favorite quotes. No, we must not have done one in the first couple of years. Anyhow, it would have been in one of our subsequent idea books that we did. Favorite quotes. We've done a couple. We did favorite cliches once, right? Favorite cliches. Kettle black. A few fries short of a happy meal. Those could be quotes too. All right. Anyhow, my quotes today. I pulled up for a long time, I was saving favorite quotes on Pinterest. And so this morning I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go to my Pinterest board and see what some of my favorite quotes were then. And whatever time of my life it was that I was pinning most of these quotes, you'll be able to tell kind of where my head was at based on the quotes that are on this list. All right, first winner stopping is Jolene 5596. Jolene 5596. Is that Jolene? Jolene? Like Dolly Parton Jolene, the Jolene? If it is, Jolene knows that about me, because every time I see Jolene, I think of that song. But I don't know if it's the same Jolene, because the other day she said something and she goes, "It's Jolene," and now you're gonna hate that song's in your head. So if it's that Jolene, then awesome Jolene. And if it's not that Jolene, guess what? Then it's another Jolene that does the same thing in my head of the Dolly Parton song. Jolene, congratulations. You are our first random lucky winner of the Documenting the Details 2 stamp set. Jolene, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. And it's that Jolene. I love it. In the body of the email, please give me your sorry, in the email subject line, please write documenting details to winner. And the body of the email, please send your mailing address, and the team will get your prize shipped. All right. Hi, dear. What's funny about that? Hang on. Shanna said I had the Doodlebug washi in every color and love it. What's so funny about that? That one, now Doodlebug had done a really narrow washi like that, that was a scallop, um, for years. And I wanted a thick one. So I made a Layle by Mail black thick one. And then Doodlebug came out with their whole line of the thick one. So that's actually a Layle by Mail one. Yes, dear?
Do you want to do something with the bags tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yes. Doodlebug makes a great scallop, both a narrow one and a thick one, and they've got them in all the colors. Okay. So our next winner is the Timmy Alpha, and that one is going to Maritza Garza. Maritza, congratulations. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. Subject line, please put Timmy Alpha winner. And in the body of your email, please put the your address, and the team will get that shipped off to you this week. Now, I know there are a couple of you that emailed last week as prize winners from our big anniversary celebration in March. I have not had a chance yet to add those as orders to the website. So as soon as that's done, the team will have them and they'll be able to send them out next week to you too. So just know it's on my to-do list. Yes, congrats winners. And we'll do more. Okay, don't worry, we'll do more. Our second list, favorite quotes. All right, so for this one, oh gosh, Layle, did I forget to get this out? You know what? I certainly did. So I'm going to do this. It's just in the other room. So I need to put that right there. I need to run in the other room very quickly and grab the collection I'm using on this. All right. So this is funny. I don't think I realized that I was doing this. This is Simple Vintage Lavender Fields. And the reason I wanted to use this because there was a paper I saw and I thought it'd be really fun to do something with. But I wasn't really thinking, look, bees, honeycomb. We won't use any of the bees honeycomb part. We'll use more of kind of the florals. It looks totally different than this, but it is kind of along that same lines. So, favorite quotes. What the paper I saw that kind of inspired me to use this collection for this list. And again, it's Simple Vintage Lavender Fields, and you'll find it on my website. Was this one? Ooh, okay. I didn't see that one. That I love. Isn't that cool? Where that is kind of that just really subtle background, almost like a watercolor background. That would be great for a title. Like I wouldn't want to write a list on there or cover it up, but I would use that maybe for a title. Or if I wanted to add a photo or something, you could add like a small photo right there. So you would have all of this around there. This is actually reminds me of a place a couple of hours away from here where there's a lot of lavender fields. There's one, I don't know which company it is, one of the like MLM, the multi-level marketing oil companies. I don't know if it's doTERRA or whatever it is, but they have a lavender field that is maybe a couple of hours from here. But it was this paper that I saw. This guy. What I wanted to do with this, I thought it would be fun because this is a window. I thought it would be fun to cut this in half. And so the window would be opening. The window would be opening, and then I'd have something in here, and then I'd have a lot more over here. So that's my thought. Probably this right here, this Sweet Little Moments, I will put some kind of sticker over that because Sweet Little Moments is not one of my favorite quotes. I mean, not really a quote, but so what we need to do is we're getting out our trimmer. This paper is 6 by 8. 8 is good because the height of my traveler's notebooks is 8 1/4. So 8, the height is good. I'll have a little bit of room at the top and bottom, which I like to have. The width is 6 of the paper. My traveler's notebook width is 5. So I need to trim some off of the edge. Now this could be where the wheels fall off the bus. We'll see. Then I need to get, this one's not working for me. Hang on. I need an easier way to be able to see where, hold on. You're just hearing me go through all of the 28 trimmers. All right, this will be easier to do. Okay, so I need this to be 5 inches wide, which means I need to take a 1/2 inch off of both sides, right? So where's my 1/2 inch mark here? That is 1, so that is a half, right? Oh, I could just go over this way. Silly. No, I need, what am I doing, Layle? There we go. 1/2 inch off both sides. So we'll still, it's okay. I wasn't sure if that was going to work. If we would be cutting off too much of the window, but we can still totally tell that's a window, right? So that is now, I need to make it a little bit narrower just because we lose a little bit of the, ooh, we lose a little bit of the width from the staples in the center. So let's just see what's going to happen here if we do that. Still window. We lost it a little bit on this side, but that's okay. Because the window, that artwork was not, if I'd been paying attention, the artwork is not evenly placed on that 6x8. I should have cut off a little bit. I should have cut off a little bit less of this and more of this, but that's okay because it's gonna kind of go in the center anyway. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to cut this in half. So it's like the windows will be opening. So this is, oh, I know what I need. Instead of trying to find the center, this is about 4 and I don't know, a little bit shy of an eighth, 7/8. That's going to be too hard for me to try to find the center of that. So I'm going to grab, hopefully it's here. It is my zero centering ruler. When you're trying to find the center of something and it's an odd measurement, so you can't easily do math to figure out where the center is, you can use what's called a zero centering ruler. So this is a 6-inch ruler. On the top, you go from 0 to 6. On the bottom, you'll notice there's a 0 in the center and it goes 0 to 3 to the right and 0 to 3 to the left. If I use this top of the ruler that's measuring the width of something, right? But if I use the bottom part is the zero centering. So all I have to do when I'm using a zero centering ruler is match up the measurement on the right side to the left side, and that will tell me where the center is. So I'm just going to move this around a bit. Let's see, we go 2.5, not there. Are we there? That's about 2 3/8 there and 2 3/8 there. That tells me this is the center. So that is my center right here. And I didn't have to do any kind of crazy math to get there. All right. Those I have on the website, they might be one of them. They come in a 6-inch and a 12-inch. One of them might be sold out right now. My supplier that is here in the US is making more for me right now. So those are coming back if they're gone. There we go. There's my center. Yeah, isn't that is the kind of thing it's like you never knew you needed until you see it and then you're like, "Oh my gosh," because like that. How the heck would I find the center of that? I mean, it's some weird measurement, right? Way easier just to do that than try to figure out really what the center is. All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to I am going to score that edge. So let me get this out. I'm going to score both of those edges. Instead of using a tip-in tape right here, I'm just going to score both edges. So I'm going to score 1/2 inch from the left to the left edge and 1/2 inch from the right of the right edge, but I'm going to turn that upside down. So now it's the upside down left of the left edge. And I am going to turn these over. Actually, let's do that. Fancy way to make a fold scoreboard. Turn those over like that. And then we will take out our double-sided tape, right? My double-sided tape. This is a hinge. Okay. There's two ways that you can do a hinge. My hinge, this is usually how I do my hinges, like when I'm working in a mini book or something. My hinges basically do not fold under themselves, right? So my hinge is like this. This will adhere, and that's the hinge that opens my door. What some people will do, they'll still do their score there, but they will fold that in underneath. In this case, if I folded that underneath, my window is now going to be super, super narrow, right? I mean, my window is like way more narrow than I might want it to be. So I have just scored and I put my adhesive on the back flat as opposed to folding it under. If I was folding it under, my adhesive would be there. No right or wrong way to do a hinge. Just you need to be thinking about what's going to do if you are folding it under because you're losing basically an inch in width between each side. There. And this will not get corner rounded. This will stay straight. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this edge first. This will be a little bit harder to do just because it's trying to go in the center. And the center gets a little bit skewampus now that I've got so much going on over here. I'm going to do myself a favor. Your double-sided tape is really sticky. That's why you like it. We don't want that to lift up, especially as we're interacting and opening and closing that little door. So our double-sided tape is really good for that. The problem with double-sided tape is that when you, I think about something here. It's so sticky, you basically have one shot. You have one shot to get that to actually stick. So you put it on, and if it's crooked, oh well, it's so sticky, it's going to stick. In this case, if I just peel back a little bit, that gives me some wiggle room here. So I can really work on trying to get it exactly where I want it to be before I have to commit. Even then, I can now check this other side. Do we have enough room? We're good, we're okay. So that looks good. I'm going to press down on the part where that release paper had been released and then reveal the rest of that little sticky. And there we go. So there is my right door. These are like little French doors, right? Or French windows, right? French windows. These are windows that open in the center. French windows are like French doors. They open in the center. All right, same thing over here. Okay. I turned it upside down. It's a lot easier to me work with upside down since I'm right-handed when it came to that other side. So if you're wondering why I'm doing that upside down. All right, I just thought that would be so fun. Our little window there, right? There's our little window. And if you don't have window paper, you could do something like that really easily, right? Basically, I could take any piece of pattern paper. I could take that and make a little French door, right? This one just happened to be window, so it worked. All right, so I hesitated for a minute there. You kind of saw me like do this and hesitate because what I remembered in my head was that I wanted to do a quote here. It's a really short quote, but I wanted to do a quote here. So I had to think about, ooh, am I going to get myself into trouble by putting the doors on before I've done the quote? I think we'll be okay. So before we do that, we'll worry about our quote in a minute. We need to decide now what's happening over here. This quote will be in here. I'll add a little decorative something after we do the quote, just because it'll be kind of plain. But over here, most of my quotes, well, all but one, will be on this side. So I'd like to have a little piece of pattern paper. And then normally what I do is I put white cardstock over the top of that. This would be really cool here, right? Because it's almost like this is the view of the open window. I just know I can't write my list on there. That's just not me. You could do it. Absolutely. It would, I think you'd lose a lot of that beautiful pattern. So I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to look for, ooh, is something solid, and that would work great. So if that is my pattern here, and then I do white cardstock on top of that, that is my that is my where I'll do my list on the white cardstock. So I don't think we need to look for well, I should probably look further, but I'm not a huge purple fan. But you know what? I'm kind of digging this. I think it might work, and then I'd use purple ink. So let's see. Just those lavender fields are so pretty. Um, bees. Like I said, we're going to stay away from the bees since we just did bees. There's another purple that would just be a little bit more of a plain background. But if I wanted to do, I won't do this, but if I wanted to do my writing like on the paper, I could do it on here, but I've got way too much to do on there. So, although I could have taken this and put this behind the window and my quote on there, we're going with this. So for that, when I'm putting a base, a pattern paper base on my traveler's notebook insert for a list, that base is always 4 3/4 by 8, 6 by 8 paper. I trim that to 4 3/4, and I do 4 3/4 by 8 because my inserts are 5 by 8.25, and that gives me a nice white border all the way around. You'll notice I've got the nice white border up and above and below the windows because that's the height of the paper. So we've got the same thing going on the other side. Go ahead and add our adhesive here. I don't could put that scenic. Ooh, okay. Now, the nice thing about this, because we talked about that scenic paper that I really liked, that I think that's a great idea. The idea was, who said that? Jody said you could put the scenic paper underneath in here. And then I wouldn't be writing it on it necessarily. I just have my little quote there. So, and you might think, but Layle, you just use the other side of that paper. So now you don't have that really pretty paper with a view. And I say, oh, yes, we do, because you have 2 sheets each of every pattern in the Simple Stories 6 by 8 paper pads. So I've got another one of those. I love that idea. Then that's like it's in the window. Look. Well, it is. There. Well, the mountains are a little bit different, but we'll cut a little piece of that, put it in there, and that's what it looks like when the window opens. Virginia, this is there is a big bundle of this collection on my website, and it is the Simple Vintage Lavender Fields. It might be called SV Lavender Fields on my website, but there's a big bundle, so you can get all of the products in the collection, or you can just buy the pieces a la carte on the website as well. Okay, so now we need our white cardstock here. So we're going to grab a piece of that. Oh, boy, that would have been an interesting one to pull. I repurpose a lot of my white cardstock. So if I printed something on cardstock for some reason, it's probably because that piece of cardstock was still in the printer when I was trying to print everything a couple of months ago for the Far and Wide collection. The one I just about pulled on the other side had photos, not photos. It had the actual what the paper, some of the papers looked like in Far and Wide, which I don't think we're ready to show you just quite yet. All right, so my list will be here, and let's. Lost my train of thought there for a minute because my mind was all of a sudden started thinking about where I was going to put my title. All right. Favorite quotes, favorite sayings, favorite quotes, inspiration, whatever you would like to call your list. And here's the thing. If you're like me, you might have all kinds of, composition books or spiral notebooks over the years that you've been keeping track of your favorite kind of quotes in. Once you like read something or hear it and you're like, oh, I like that. I want to remember that. So you put it in lots of different places. If you're a person that likes quotes, you absolutely could have a whole traveler's notebook of just your favorite quotes. It's hard for me to limit definitely to just a page. But we'll get whatever we get on here and then I'll do another list another day. I am going to ink the edges of that. So let's figure out what purple we might want to use here. My thoughts, so funny. My thoughts, I must not have slept well or something. My thoughts are like totally disjointed. More disjointed than normal today. I do have all of that, all of the Far and Wide, all of my samples of olive far and wide are right over there on my little credenza over there. Okay, let's see. Ooh, no, shaded lilac. So when you think, oh, I only need one color purple of ink, you know what? Yeah, purple has a wide variety of ranges, right? So it's not shaded lilac. Wilted violet's a little bit too much. Ooh, dusty concord. I think that's what it is. It's dusty concord. That's what we're going with. I have lots of purple, but I don't often use purple. But sometimes like this, that's what you need. So I'm going to ink the edges of this because this is pretty stark white against that background of the lavender. And that will help to just kind of make it blend in a little bit more, not look so stark. So I am grabbing my little ink blending tool, and I'm coming to my little ink blending storage here and grabbing Dusty Concord. And I will stick that on the end. So I've got that little blending tool, and I'm going to circular motion on that Dusty Concord ink pad. Make sure I don't have any Dusty Concord fingerprints on my fingers. And then I am just inking the edges of that. So it's just going to soften it up a little bit so it's not as stark white, and it'll help it to blend in a little bit more into that background paper. Now, if you are a card maker or if you're a scrapbooker, basically I'm adding like a mat, right? I am adding, it's almost as if I had this colored cardstock and I was matting or mounting this white on that. And that in those kind of arenas, we're very familiar with doing that. But usually I don't like to ever mat something, especially like a white cardstock, because what that's doing in my traveler's notebook is adding an extra layer. And then if I was doing that on every page, that would, I mean, I'm already going to have 2 layers here. That would give me 3 layers. And if I do that on everything in my traveler's notebook insert, it's just going to make it huge, huge. All right, so see the difference there? By just adding that ink on that, right? That's pretty stark. Uh-oh. Looked like I lost you guys for a minute. So stark and then no stark. Is the internet doing some weird things? I think it's just a minute. I think it might be doing it for just a minute. We'll see. Yep, there we go. It blinked for a minute. Who knows? Internet. Kate says, "You're killing me, Smalls," is one that she likes to use a lot, right? Like that one. Let's see. What else? Let's see. You guys were all saying some things. Ba, 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 ba. There are some of you that were saying your quotes, right? Tell me your quotes. Did I miss some? Yeah, no, we're good. I think we're back. Oh, have fun storming the castle. Carrie, that is one of our family favorites. In fact, that one I included on a list a couple years ago of family isms. Family isms. Nick has said that for years. We are big fans of Princess Bride. And that quote comes from Princess Bride. So, yeah, huge fans of that. Have fun storm the castle. And that is when they are actually going to storm the castle. And Billy Crystal says, "Have fun storming the castle." Because, well, long story. If you don't know that movie, oh, that's a classic, Princess Bride. Okay, here we go. So now, favorite quotes. I need 2 different stamp sets for alphas here. So I'm just going to cross the room and get those. Poe Alpha. Let's see. Where's Poe Alpha? Poe Alpha, Poe Alpha. Did I already get Poe Alpha out? I did not. Okay. So Poe Alpha. There are actually 3 sizes of Poe Alpha on 2 different stamp sets. Both of those are 6x8 stamps. So this one is Poe Alpha, large lowercase, big letters, right? Those letters are ranging in size from about 3/4 of an inch to when you get like, I don't know, a tall one like the D is about 1 1/4 inch. And width is about, depending on the letter, 3/4 of an inch. So big, right? Then this Poe Alpha is also a 6x8, but on Poe Alpha, you have a mix of your little tiny ones and then the medium size. So you've got like baby bear, mama bear, papa bear between your 3 sizes. So I think what I will do is I think I will use this size, that medium size, to spell the word quotes. Now I just remembered when I used these last. Oh, there it is. Oh, good. Okay, there's my D. Something will start to happen with your stamps after a while. You notice my D. I thought I had lost my D when I would last use these. It had just moved. Sometimes your letters, your stamps, really letters, any kind of stamps, will stop sticking to their sheet. The reason they stop sticking to their sheet is because they get dusty or dirty on the back. And so they can't stick. Their stickiness is covered by the dust or dirt. So I'm just in that case taking my stamp chamois and cleaning the back off. You could take a damp paper towel. Some people will go like wash the backs of them with soap and water. Really, you just need to clean the back so that they will stick to your sheet. We always think about cleaning the fronts, right? But a lot of times people don't think about cleaning the backs. And that's a really easy way to fix it if they stop sticking. So quotes, Quotes. I guess we'll use that Q because it's the uppercase because it's cute. It's fun and curly. Q, U. Usually I don't use uppercase letters. I don't know why. I just don't. QUO, but it's a cute one, so I'll use it. QUOTES. All right, quotes. And then above that, I will just write favorite. So when I was stamping before, when I was stamping the word time before, I explained why I do not like to use one stamping block to spell out the whole word. I don't like I do not like the space that ends up being between each letter when you do that. There's a little bit of border around each of your letters or a little bit of a lip. And then when you put one next to the other, it really magnifies that border or that lip. And it just, for me personally, creates too much space. So I will stamp each of those individually. Because I'm working on white cardstock here, it doesn't have lines on it. I'm going to add a line with my little ruler there. I will come back in later, not today. I will erase that line later. And that's kind of important. I use Distress Oxides. Distress Oxides are a pigment-based ink. They take a minute to dry. So if I stamp and then right away with my eraser go to erase that line, I'm for sure 100% going to smudge that ink. And I don't want to do that. So that'll be something I'll remember to come back and do later. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 6 letters there. And the Q is a little bit wider than the others. So basically, I am going to find the center. That's easy, right? I'm going to find the center of my white piece. The center of my white piece is 1 7/8. So all I did was match up the measurement in the left and the right using that little 0 as the center. And this is the center of my white. So now, as I look at this, I kind of need to figure out where I want to start. Instead of starting here and hoping I space everything evenly, if my T is just kind of center, if I have 6, and my Q goes over here, my Q is a little bit wider. So that tells me is my T should probably come over maybe just a little. So I'm actually going to start with my T, and then I will go from the center out. That's kind of an easier way, at least for me, to make sure that I'm fairly evenish as opposed to picking one end and just starting and hoping. All right, so now we need to test it, right? Always a good idea to test. Okay, so we're gonna go a little bit right of center. There's my T. Attitude is everything. Pick a good one. Good. I love it. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Steph, one of my favorites. One of my favorites. Walls turned sideways become bridges. I have never heard that. Liz, I like it. Walls turned sideways become bridges. That is very profound, isn't it? All right. I just have to do this. When you're spelling oddly like this, it's a good idea to write down your word. So you're like, what comes next? Because we're spelling forwards and backwards and in the middle, and walls turn sideways become bridges. That is awesome. When you love what you have everything you need. Very good. Um, Carrie, for what it's worth, it's never too late, or in my case, too early to be whoever you want to be. Oh, that's a great one. Your dad, let's see, Steph's dad was a basketball coach, and he had that made into a banner for the gym. Oh, I love that. It's never too late, or in my case, too early to be whoever you want to be. That's a really, you guys have got some great ones. QUO. Now, here I'm just like second guessing myself, right? Am I spelling it right? QUOTES. Yeah, I wrote it down. QUOTES. And guess what? If I had not spelled it right, you know what I would do? Take another piece of white cardstock and just put it right over that and spell it the right way. QUOTS. That's some people get really afraid to use stamps because you think you'll mess up. Well, you can always fix it, even if it means, just basically putting something over the top of what you already did. Serpentine, Serpentine. Noelle from Disney's second prep and landing Christmas movie. Kate, I am so clueless. I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure it's a good one. Oh, Kate. So prep and landing Christmas movie. Like, what is that from a long time ago? I don't even know that. QUO. Um, and let's see. Steph also gave another one of my favorites. No one can make you feel inferior without your permission. Think about that one. If somebody makes you feel bad, they're not making you feel bad. You're taking what they say and letting you make it feel bad, right? QUO. This just looks so weird when you just when you're spelling so differently like this, right? Whatever you are, be a good one. There you go, Abraham Lincoln. Whatever you are, whatever you're going to do, make it good, right? You choose. Choose what you want to do, but make it good. I like it, Becky Fleck. Oh my gosh, Becky Fleck. Becky, did you hear what just came out of my mouth? That was Becky's maiden name, right? Becky Fleck. And that's when we first met. Wow, I haven't thought about that in a long time. Now, in all the time that we've worked together now, I don't think I've ever called you Becky Fleck. Becky Moore. Um, Becky, that's funny. That goes back to our basic gray days. So that's how I know Becky. We worked together at Basic Gray. Oh my gosh, 2008? 2008. That's how long that was ago. 18 years. Small industry. It also goes back to one of those never burn a bridge because you never know when someone might cross your path again, right? Okay, here we go. Quotes. I love that little curly Q on that quote. Isn't that cute? Just a little cute curly Q. All right, so now right above that, I'm just going to write the word favorite. Actually, is that even here? Hang on. Oh, please. I'm going to walk across the room and see if I have. It's an oldie, so I might not have it up here. It might just be gone. So I'm just going to talk to you because you know I'm still here. Oh, I do have it. Okay. Ooh. This is one of the very first, it's kind of funny. This is one of the very early stamp sets that we did. I don't know, maybe 5 years ago at least, a favorite. Because back at that time, we were doing lots of favorite lists, your favorite foods, your favorite color, your favorite songs, musicians, whatever it is. So there's a whole stamp of favorites. I don't think we have this anymore. But what I'm going to do is I will use one of those little favorites and I will stamp it. It's going to fit perfectly right there. And I could write it, but I kind of like the thought of it also being in Dusty Concord. Test it over here. Favorite quotes. There we go. I know we need to write these down after the live. We need to go back and get all of these, right? The elves that get homes ready for Santa. Oh, that's the Disney movie. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Mary Pat, I love it. Mary Pat said, I'm a sponge today, soaking it all up. Now, I think maybe that's one of your favorite quotes. I don't know. But I think that's you're saying you just are soaking everything up today, which I love. I love that. Only dead fish go with the flow. Oh, that's a good one too, right? Just, and it's funny with a lot of these quotes, we know these things. It's just sometimes we need a reminder. I always love the one, nobody makes you feel inferior without your permission. Yeah, it's interesting how certain things stick with us. And it's definitely certain things stick with us at certain times of our lives and not others, right? Okay, where's the back of this? We'll just put it on the ground for now, which is dangerous. I cannot see where I always lose the back sheets of these because they're clear and so they just disappear wherever they are. Somewhere on here. Okay. We'll just put it on the floor in a pile. Favorite quotes. So now we need to let's get our little black pen here. I pretty much use black for all of my writing. You very rarely will see me use a colored pen or a colored marker or something like that. It's just the way I am. But if you like colored pens and you're, using a color combination, well, it's purple, right? If I had purple, I could find purple. Or I actually do have a lot of colored pens. I just don't use them. You could do a nice brown here. All right. So then I feel like we need to also connect this. This outlining is something that I've done on every project that probably goes back 25 years. It just is something that I do. And if I don't do it, it looks really naked to me. So I'm just going in with my little Sharpie here and doing my little outlining. Now, usually I do not, on something like this, usually I wouldn't make a line here. But since these are like separate windows, I feel like it might help. So then you could really see something is going on. This, when I design my mini book classes, this is one of the techniques that you see. Doors, I do different doors. These would be French doors. I do dog doors that it would open from the top. I do sometimes an oven door, it would open from the bottom. Sometimes they meet in the center. It just all kinds of different doors. All right, so now I was going to, this one didn't have it for some reason, put that down now. What I was going to stamp here, let's figure this part out now. This is going to go in the center. And if I had thought about that before, it was someone's great suggestion. If I had thought about that before, I would have just put it, down before. But I need to now trim it. So if I just trim it this way, that's fine. All right, let's see exactly where we need to trim this. And then we'll just adhere it right to our page. But before we adhere it to our page, I'm going to do myself a favor. Let me trim this. I had said I wanted to stamp a quote on this. And it will be much easier if I stamp on this and then adhere it in there, as opposed to if I adhere and then stamp, right? I'll have a nice flat surface that I can work on if I do it the other way. Oh, that's perfect. I love that idea. That was such a good idea. whoever suggested that. All right, so now what we're going to do is we are going to look at our quote that was going to go in the center. And we'll see if this will work. Because there were two words that I wanted to emphasize, and the rest that would be handwritten, and it's pretty short. Well, it's really short. So the one that was going to go in the center here is do what is right, not what is easy. Do what is right, not what is easy. That that's especially for young, the I think the older that we get, that's a little bit easier for us to grasp. But sometimes for younger people, not always as easy to grasp, right? Like do it the right way. Just do it the right way, right? All right. So now we need, I was thinking, so right and easy. Can I fit the word right on here with this large lowercase po? Let's see if that will fit. And if not, then we'll just use our little ones. If I had alphabet stickers, I could certainly use alphabet stickers here. That would definitely go quicker, right? It's kind of a, your stamps have a place and your stickers have a place. They both have a place. It just depends on, your stickers generally are less expensive than stamps. However, long-term use, your stamps are far less expensive than stickers, right? Because your stickers, once they're gone, they're gone. Your stamps, if you take good care of them, they will last you a really, really long time. Stickers are faster. Stamps definitely take more time, but you never run out of the letter, right? Just as long as you didn't lose it, you never run out of the letter. So I think what we'll end up doing here is I think I will make this work by, we'll kind of overlap a little bit our letters. So this is, my quote is, do what is right, not what is easy. So I just had to think about where I wanted to space that a little bit. We can get this out of the way for a minute because we don't need it while we're just working on this. All right. Do what is right, not what is easy. The things that you are passionate about are not random. They are your calling. Oh, that's totally true, isn't it? 100%. Find out who you are and do it on purpose. Dolly Parton. Dolly is a wise woman. Find out who you are and do it on purpose. We could write a book with all these quotes, huh? We won't do that. But you can certainly make a list. And here's the other thing. Remember, all you need to make a list is something to write with and something to write on. So if you're like, oh, I love all these quotes, get out a piece of paper and scribble them down, right? If you do something with them later, great. If not, then you wrote them down, right? Let's see here how we're going to do this. I'm just figuring out how I'm going to overlap. I think I was thinking about this morning, and then I tend to get distracted when I start thinking of ideas like this. I'm like, you know what? I really want a traveler's notebook where I just write down my quotes, and I'd like to do it junk journal style so that I just kind of decorate a page, and then that page is decorated, and then I just add quotes to it. And then when that page is done, I decorate another page and then just add quotes to it as I go along. So I don't know. Who knows? That may be something that I add to my project list. That's, seems like it's a mile long, right? Do you have project lists of things you want to do that are a mile long? And then usually what happens to me is I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do that. And then I want to do it right now. And then everything else I should be doing completely goes to the wayside, which I cannot do because I am teaching 3 workshops next weekend at Little Craft Fest. Should we guess how many of the 3 are done and ready to go? I won't tell you. Someone will guess. And now don't be scared. Don't be like, oh my gosh, I'm taking a workshop from her and it's not ready. I've got my outline ready. I know exactly what we're doing. I just have to, put it together. No, it's not as bad. It's not zero. It's not zero, Laura. It's more than zero. It's more than zero, less than three. Oh, but they'll be amazing. You know why? Because I'm passionate about it. That will be something on my list. Something I spend way too much time doing is I will redo and redo and I will stare at the slide and I will reword it and then it'll be great. And then an hour later, I'm like, oh no, wait a minute. I just had an idea and I'll make it better. And yeah. So no, I cannot dive into a quotes traveler's notebook that I make into a junk journal today or this weekend. Don't worry. It's only Saturday and my first workshop isn't until Friday. So actually that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. We've got all the time in the world. Now, if it was something that I didn't know a lot about or wasn't really passionate about, I would be really worried. Like if I had to do a workshop on how to cook, I'd be in big trouble. Um, I used to be, well, for years. Well, some of you know different things about me. I worked for AT&T for 8 years right out of college in product management and marketing. And then I left and started a software company with one of the guys that actually worked for me, and then another guy who is the husband of a woman that I worked with. Um, and where was I headed with this? I have no idea. Isn't that funny? Oh, I remember. So software, and I had, well, yeah, we were young. We were young. We were probably 30. I want to say 30 when we started that, 29 or 30. And so I had young people working for me, maybe like in their mid 20s, that were project managers and kind of the subject matter of the software they weren't really familiar with. And so as I'm trying to help coach them on how to, go in front of a group of people and talk to them about this software, I'm like, here's the thing. As long as you know more about what you're talking about than they do, you're fine. You're totally fine. And you know more about this software than they do. So you are good and you're going to be great and successful and it's going to be awesome. So I've always kind of taken that approach. As long as I'm up there talking about glimmers or I'm up there talking about how to make the most out of your stamps and I know more than the majority of the people I'm talking to, I'm good. Right? Right. Okay. Do what is right, not what is easy. So now I need to do this right here. I need to say, do what is right. And then I need to say, have a dot, 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 not what is, and then easy will fit right in there. Do what is right, not what is easy. Now, I know you probably think I'm sounding very cavalier about that. I'm good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm just, yeah. Do what is right, not what is easy. So that'll be a fun little quote. That's right. They're really short, right? Yes, it is a lot of time until it's Thursday. Well, not the problem is, they will be done. Both will be done. Well, both, I just told you. I have one of the three done. Um, but outlines for the rest. So don't worry. Probably sharing way too much that I should share right now. Um, I will have them 98% both done by end of day tomorrow, because that is what I will be working on all day tomorrow. But you know me, I will go in and kind of continue to fiddle up until probably 5 minutes before I start the class or the workshop. Just fiddling on, rewording this or a little bit. Okay, because you can always make it better. All right. Easy. Do what is right, not what is easy. Easy, easy, easy. But there are subject matters that I am very passionate about. One is documenting your travels, and they're very, 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 the workshop kits are very robust, lots of product in them. One is documenting your travels. One of them is making the most out of your stamps. So the first half of class is going over a lot of what we talk about, where we're going to be priming the stamps, conditioning them. People, as part of their kit, have a have an eraser, they have a chamois, they have one of the lint-free cloths to do all that. We'll talk about different techniques of stamping. What happens if you stand up? What happens if you sit down? We talk about different sizes of stamping blocks and why it makes a difference. So that's what we kind of do in the first part of class. Second part of class is, well, that's hands-on because I'll be playing then. But second part of class is actually taking a stamp set and rub-ons and a Sharpie and 4 different colors of stamping ink, and then really playing with that one stamp set. And it's the texture stamp set, but showing people, giving a lot of different ideas on what you can do, different things that you can do with just one stamp set, different inks, marker, um, rub-ons with it, things like that. So another one is glimmers, the art of, I can't remember what I called that one, but talking about glimmers, like, when we do our glimmers list, but then they also have a fun kit with traveler's notebook insert and glimmers rub-ons, glimmer stamp, pencil board, inks, I think 4 or 5 different colors of inks. And yeah. Alrighty, there we go. Favorite quotes: do what is right, not what is easy. Okay. So now we are more or less done with our stamping. What we want to do is we need a little bit of something over here, right? Because it's super plain. So let's see what we might do. Oh, well, these are the stickers. So what if, let's see, we have, there's 2 stickers. I haven't used any of this product yet other than when I ordered it. So we have icon stickers and we have basics. Now watch this. See this one that says anything is possible? That would be a great, anything is possible would be a great sticker to put right over Sweet Little Moments. Remember when I said Sweet Little Moments is not necessarily a favorite quote of mine? That's not really at all. But that is not a quote. Anything is possible. That's totally a quote, right? So we'll just do that. And we will cut this little side off and put this right here. And if I didn't happen to have a sticker like this, I would go find a word strip sticker from something else. But that worked because it just came right from the collection. Okay, so now we're back to, before I got so distracted there, we are back to, we need something over here, just something a little decorative, right? I think this one just might be, it's not quite enough. Not quite enough. We need something a little bit more than that. So let's go, rub-ons? No, there's lots of honey in this collection. Well, because of the bees. There are die cuts. But you know what? I think in this guy, what if we do, I don't know, this guy's going to take up a lot of room. If this guy goes on here, then I'm losing a lot of my space for quotes, but yeah, we better not do that. Sometimes the decorating takes precedence over what I'm writing, but probably shouldn't do that here. Now I also have this, but I feel like this takes up about as much space as I'd like, but now I don't like it because I've got that there. I don't want to kind of have a mirror image there. So what if we had this little guy? Does this work here? Or, so when we look at this now, the whole part of this is really bottom heavy, right? Because with this, all the decoration is at the bottom. If I put this here, everything is really bottom heavy. But I could put this just right up here in the middle. Don't you think? I think that's what we'll do there. And then we need to have a prize. I think it's prize time again. So live prize in the chat, start chatting away. And in a minute or two, I will come back and draw from the chat. So we need something over here. I need just something little over here. What if I don't want to do a bee? I think maybe a heart. So these little hexagons are sure fun, aren't they? Heart. Okay, I would like to do, let me look and see because, oh, yes, here we go. I was looking at, I like the idea of the heart with the writing in it. Mm. All right. So here's my thought here. Really, I'd rather have it on be on this side, but then I've got that and that together. So it looks like a little lot of that and really nothing over there. I would like this to be on this side, but it is too big to be on this side, I think. Right? Because it's not exactly even. I don't care. We're just going to put it down. It's good. All righty. Let's put this guy back now. No, that's exact same size. All right. This guy we are going to put back. So it came off of where? That sheet. This sheet. Here we go. All right. So I think we are now almost ready because I could do one more thing here. What if we take this guy? This guy is from the basic cardstock stickers. What if we put that down there at the bottom? Just to give it a little bit more something. So I am going to cut off this little edge here. And we'll just make it go a little bit off of both edges of my white. I just cut off those little guys, but this I could use somewhere else, right? I could use that. I mean, I won't use this somewhere else on this, but I could use that same little sticker. I just made a little tiny banner instead. Use that somewhere else down the line. And I probably don't need this one. Oh, that's telling me I need a drink. I can hear it. Carol, I am not a purple girl either at all. But I think, I mean, you know what? It works. All right. Donna, no, someone asked, not Donna. Someone just asked where I'm teaching next weekend. An event called Little Craft Fest. It is in Conroe, Texas. It is a stationary event. So vending, we'll have a booth and then also teaching workshops. Okay. So now we are ready for our favorite quotes. I think what I would like to do, it's a little bit plain up here. So one more thing I'm going to do, I am going to pull out a colored pencil. So this table will probably shake for a sec while I grab something. Just as I swatch all my ink colors, right? That was really handy when I was trying to find the purple. Instead of picking out all my purple things and trying to see if they match, I just looked through all my swatches. And those I swatched with the Swatch This Inks stamp set. Now I'm looking for a colored pencil. And again, instead of going through all of my colored pencils and trying to find a color that coordinates, I also have all of my colored pencils swatched. So I am going to see, I'd like to underline that. That Heather purple, there's lots of purples here, right? I mean, I kind of feel like, should it be a darker purple or should I try to go with the same? I think we're going to have it be a darker purple. Heather purple, or does that look too blue now? Let's look. Purple, lake deep, purple, lavender. Lavender? All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out my little ruler and do this. We're going to do a little line or a divider. You might want to remember that name, divider. You might see something coming down the road with that name. So I divided the title from what we're going to have here. But to soften that a little bit with the black, I'm going to take lavender. Lavender is from my Castle Arts. So put all these back. Castle Arts, lavender. if you have ever, what's that doing? If you have ever looked at a, oopsie, colored pencil and looked at this color, which would be your guide, compared to what the pencil really looks like when you're done, they look nothing alike. So that's where the time that you spend swatching your pencils, pens, all of that is really, really helpful. So, because you know what I'd end up doing? I'd end up coming to all of these guys. That's lavender. That is way darker than that. So I might not ever pick that up because it's not the lavender the color I was looking for. Or I'd pull out every purple and start, drawing to see if it gave me the color I wanted. But now that I see that, it's a little bit more blue than I want it. So I think I want the one that's just purple. Let's look at that one. Next, I'm just kind of comparing it next to my ink color there. That's it, purple. All right. So I'm going to purple just right in here, really lightly. And that'll kind of soften that little divider. All right. Okay. Colored pencils are a great way to bring a lot of color into whatever you're doing without a lot of expense. These are watercolor pencils, but I don't use them for watercolor. So really, doesn't really matter. If I'm only using colored pencil for like that, doesn't really matter what kind of quality my colored pencil is. You can find some really inexpensive sets of colored pencils, especially if you're not using them for other purposes besides just, adding a little color to something. But you could use one color of pen all the time and kind of highlight that way. You could use one color of ink in your stamps and then just kind of come in and highlight with a colored pencil instead. All right, so now we're going to pick a bullet and then we are going to get going. Oh, I know exactly what we want to do. So bullet stamps. And I haven't used bullet stamps on my list today. Usually when I'm doing a run-on list, I will use a bullet stamp like when we did this list. So that's just a bullet stamp, that little heart that I add in between things on my list to just visually separate them. Usually when I do that, I'm using a bullet stamp. So there are 3 types of bullet stamps or 3 sets. Bullets and More, which is one of the very first stamp sets we did. Bullets and More 2 and Bullets and More 3. So on Bullets and More 2, even though this is supposed to be a leaf, this little guy, doesn't that kind of now look like a piece of lavender based on what is here? So normally that would be a leaf. And if I used a orange or brown, it would look like a leaf. But if I use purple, guess what it is? It becomes a piece of lavender. When we talk about right sizing our stamps to our stamping block, that is a, excuse me, itty bitty teeny tiny stamp, right? Itty bitty teeny tiny stamp. And so if I want to right size my stamping block to my stamp, this is what I use on my bullet stamps. That is a stamping stylus. That is one of my products, stamping stylus. And so you just put your little tiny stamp on the end there. And then this is a really easy to work with because your hand is really familiar with this because it's just like that, right? So nothing foreign. Your hand doesn't have to get used to some little teeny tiny stamping block to try to stamp that little thing. It's used to this. So as I do this, I will, there's my little lavender, right? Which was supposed to be a leaf is now a little piece of lavender. And look how easy that is just with that little stamping stylus. All right. So now, favorite quotes in no particular order. One of my favorite quotes is, oh, I had to write these on a totally different piece of paper because I knew they wouldn't fit in my list. If you don't like where you are, move. You are not a tree. Oh, I better stop. I need to pick our winner. Thank you. Stop, 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 stop. Our winner is Stacy Giacomo. Stacy. Stacy. Congratulations, Stacy. Stacy Stacy DeGiacomo. You are the random lucky winner of a $25 store credit on my website at laylebymail.com. So, Stacy, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put $25 winner. And I will send, actually, I won't send you something. I will go to your account on my website and add that. So, next time you go to shop, then that is a payment method that you will have in when you go to check out. And if you do not have an account set up on my website, do me a favor and do that because I can't add $25 to something that isn't there. And it's free to set up an account. So shoot me an email, remind me, and happy shopping. So, yes, congratulations, Stacy. All right, so here we go. First one is. I'm sorry, I totally forget. You guys, I just get excited about what I'm doing. And then I get distracted. So I forgot about that, picking the winner. What size block would I need for Timmy Alpha? The block for Timmy Alpha that I use is this guy. That is the 1.625. That's a little round stamping block, 1.625. And that is the one that I was using. So that will fit everything on there perfectly. And if you want to use something larger, I mean, you absolutely can. If the whole point though about right sizing your stamping block to your stamp would be this. If you only have one stamping block, it needs to be the lowest common denominator. It has to be a stamping block that is as large as your largest stamp, which this would totally work, right? I mean, I could use that on there. It's just, it makes it a lot harder to maneuver and get a nice, even stamped impression. So, that would be the one I use. That is the one I use. That 1.625. All right. If you don't like where you are, move. You are not a tree. You are not a tree. I mean, that just kind of puts it out there, right? It's like, hey, you don't have to stay where you are. Sometimes it's easier to stay where you are, right? Definitely that easier, right? That goes back to this. Do what is right, not what is easy, right? Sometimes it's easier to just stay, but you don't have to. You're not a tree. You can move. And guess what? Even if you are a tree, you can move a tree too. So there. Um, Life is a balance between holding on and letting go. Life is a balance between holding on and letting go. That can be about a lot of things. That can be about people in your life. That can be about grudges. That can be about um, moving on, right? So that can be taken a couple of different ways. Um, Great things never came from comfort zones. Great things never came from comfort zones. So remember when I said earlier that I had gone to a Pinterest board that I had pinned quotes 2 years ago? Um, you can tell there was some point in my life that all of this was very much resonating with me because all of the ones are kind of like this. Um, Worry is a misuse of, let's see, I'm just trying to, I don't have a lot of room here now. Oh, this was an Elvis one. When things go bad, don't go with them. When things go bad, don't go with them. Uh-huh. Yep. That's good advice, isn't it? When things go bad, don't go with them. Some of these things too, I think I'm like, I need to remember some of these talking to our adult children. Sometimes that is, at least me as a parent, I try to go into way too much explanation in something. And sometimes that they understand things like that much easier. When things go bad, don't go with them, right? My friend Amy, I need to add this one too. Amy, you guys know Amy. She says, don't go Borrowing trouble. And I had never heard that until she shared that with me one day. Don't go borrowing trouble. What that basically means is don't spend time thinking about what could happen. Don't borrow trouble, right? You don't need trouble. Don't go borrowing it. If trouble's going to happen, it's going to happen. And when it happens, then you deal with it. But don't go borrow trouble. That is one that I have used in the last probably 6 months with both of our boys, both Jack and Sam, that are, grown adult men. And sometimes if I can boil something down to like that and then, kind of give them advice, they take it much better because that little snippet they can understand as opposed to, I mean, they're very smart men, don't get me wrong, but that they can hear maybe sometimes a little bit better than me spending 5 minutes trying to explain something. Hey, don't go borrow trouble. And they're like, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah. Wait to worry, Ms. L. It's the exact same thing. Wait to worry, right? Wait to worry. Um, Kate Bo Woof, Paul on shrinking, right? Look at shrinking. One of mine. I love shrinking. Love shrinking. Oh, it's here because I had to take it out, remember? Shrinking. Woof. I love it. No is a full sentence. And Jen, that is like one of the best out there. No is a full sentence. Sometimes we feel like we have to over and over and over explain. Well, I'm sorry, I can't do that because I've got a da 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 da. And I find sometimes for me, it sounds like when I'm doing that, trying to explain, that it sounds like I'm trying to make up an excuse. I just feel like I have to over explain things sometimes. No is a complete sentence. Yep, you can just say no. I'd like to learn how to do that better. Yeah. Um, let's see what else I have on here. Oh, I did do what is right, not what was easy. This is another one I've always liked. It's a good day to be happy, or today is a good day to be happy. It's a good day to be happy. Because you know what? When is it not a good day to be happy? I mean, you might have some really deep stuff that you've got to deal with, but it doesn't mean that it can't be a good day to try to be happy, right? It's a good day to be happy. Hi, Allie Plans Cuteness. Glad you could join us. Now your paper's done. What you seek is seeking you. Ooh, that's a good one too. Um, this one is so I won't put this one down because it's very similar to if you don't like where you are, move, you're not a tree. This one is if you ever find yourself in the wrong story, leave. Now that I read some of these, I know exactly what time in my life. I know exactly what time of my life this was. This was when I was getting to the point where I felt like it was time for me to leave Simple Stories and go out on my own. And so that was a really big decision for me. That was 7 years ago, I think, 7 years ago. And as I was over a months and months trying to kind of get comfortable with that decision before I ever really decided, all of these quotes were really resonating with me. Like, if you don't like where you are, move. You're not a tree. And that didn't mean I didn't like where I was, but if you ever find yourself in the wrong story, leave. Again, it wasn't in the wrong place, but it was time for me to change my story. But it's funny, this morning it hadn't occurred to me. That's when I was collecting a lot of these quotes, was at that time. Yes, dear.
How much longer are we going to be?
Are you helping me?
Well, we.
Okay. No,
Like,
I know, because we're almost like 4 hours. I know we're just on the same. Okay. A bit. Why? What time are we tonight?
I don't. That's what we need to get going.
Okay.
We have other things you wanted to
Yes.
go do.
Yes, I know.
We need to get the backdrop.
I know the back. I know the whole back. So just so you know, this is not my husband saying, come on, he's just saying you have a lot of things that you needed to get done today. And just remember that. Right. I know.
And you're 1 hour overdue and being done with it. It's a 3 hour thing, remember?
We started at 1, 10 to 11. Oh yeah. Right. Yeah.
You're
Whatever.
already an hour over.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
wrap it up.
Okay. All right. You shush, whatever. Okay. Um, Anyhow, you guys know I just like to talk. So here I am talking. Oh, this is a good one too. Now, this one I'm going to be careful now because now after I said this is as I was trying to decide it was the right time to leave Simple Stories. Some of these have nothing to do with that. So I don't want you to think because this one has nothing to do with that. People will forget what you said and what you did, but never forget how you made them feel, right? That's a big one. That feeling and hurt feelings sometimes last a long, you don't even remember. I have friends that I can't even remember what it was that was said, but I remember that feel hurt really bad. I don't even remember what they said, but how you make someone feel, that's a big one. Um, oh, well, this one I love. When they go low, we go high. When they go low, we go high. I have to just reiterate again. This one also had nothing to do with Simple Stories. It was a great place to work. I loved the people. It was just time for me to go out on my own. When they go low, we go high. That was a Michelle Obama quote, and it had something to do with bullies. It when she was the First lady, I totally lost that. One of the terms when she was first lady, she had a campaign about anti-bullying, and that was something that really resonated with a lot of people. When they go low, we go high, and that's been a great one. That at least for me, with me personally, and even with our boys, that's just been a good one. That hey, just because somebody hits below the belt doesn't mean that you have to hit below the belt back, right? Someday is not a day of the week. Someday is not a day of the week. Oh, someday I'll do that. Well, yeah, someday's not a day of the week. This is, there was a different version of this that we would always say to our boys. So the one I'm writing down is if you don't want anyone to find out, don't do it. We use to always say, don't do anything that you wouldn't want Grandma C to find out about. Grandma C is Nick's mom. Don't do anything you wouldn't want Grandma C to find out about. So if you don't want anyone to find out, don't do it. If you don't want anyone to find out, don't do it. All right, we're just about done with this. Just about done. And then we'll do just a few minutes of our next one, and then we'll finish up our next one when we're together again. Ba, 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 ba. Worrying solves nothing. I mean, and that's kind of another one that's like, don't borrow trouble. Worrying solves nothing. And that one, I tell you, I'm sure my mom told me that, all of these things probably when I was young, and it just never, really resonated. But that's what worrying solves nothing, right? Comparison is the thief of joy. Boy, isn't that true, right? You compare yourself to someone else, you're probably not going to be happy. Or I don't know, maybe you're comparing yourself to someone. I guess it could go with the good thing, could be worse. And so you're comparing yourself to someone that actually has it worse. But generally, comparison is not a good thing. It just doesn't make you feel good. All right, so that one came from Bullets and More too. Our little purple leaf, our brown leaf turned purple now becomes no longer a leaf and now becomes a stalk of lavender. All right, so there we go. That is our second list, favorite quotes. I do need to, actually, I'm going to do something here really quick. I didn't really know when I was placing this sticker. I should have waited, could have waited, but let's see if we can peel this off without causing too much damage. It's just a little bit low since I didn't really know where I was going to stop. I'm just going to pick that back up and it'll go just a little bit up here like this. All right, there we go. And remember that window you can make, it doesn't have to be a window paper. It just made a lot of sense for this. But you can do that with just 2 pieces of paper, right? You don't need to have a window or a door or something like that that's printed on the paper. You can make your own little window. All right, so last list, and this one we're just going to talk about. We'll do one thing on it very briefly, possibly. So our last list is in the news. We on a monthly-ish basis, sometimes we do one every month, and sometimes we put 2 months in one. This one is a 2 months in one. When I end up traveling a lot, and there's been a lot of travel that's been going on, sometimes we miss a month of the news. And so I'll do it kind of two in one spread. So that was my plan here. With in the news is a list that we really started doing almost from when we first started on day one. When we first started doing our creative listing, I was doing a list and still am called About Last Month. And that was during the pandemic. During the pandemic, About Last Month didn't have a lot going on because it's always about, my life and what I did the past month or what happened in my world or my family's world or what have you. And during the pandemic, there wasn't a lot. So during the pandemic, my About Last Month list was about me, but also kind of what was happening in the news. All right. And so we're still doing in the news. There's a couple things I ask of you when we are doing an in the news list. In return, ask that in the chat, no commentary whatsoever about opinion. For example, Virginia just wrote, "I need to do in the news. I did document Artemis. Artemis was the moon launch or excursion or whatever it was. She did not say what she thought about that. She didn't say it was the greatest thing ever or it was a waste of money. She didn't say anything about it. She just said, I need to document that. And that's what I commit to you guys, that as I am documenting the news, it is just the facts. So like a fact is that in February the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl. That is a fact. I don't give my opinion on if I think that's a good thing or a bad thing or it was fixed, or I don't say anything about a particular quarterback or a player or coach or anything. I just say that, just the fact. So that's what I commit to when I do my in the news lists. And I ask that you guys do the same in the chat. If you want to say what would be on your list, you can, but just no opinion. Even if you think it's fantastic or you think that they cheated or some other team should have won, doesn't really matter. Trying to remember now who they even played against. So that's our deal. Because I don't know about you guys, but I don't come here to get into political debate. And a lot of times, what's on my list has to do with what's happening in the world. And what's happening in the world definitely has to do with politics in a lot of cases. So the things that are on my list are things that hit my radar. They might not at all even hit your radar. So we just, keep it to just the facts. Last thing I'll mention is that I get questions a lot about where I get my news. Like, because it's been now February and March, like those are 2 months, 1 and 2 months ago. I subscribe to lots of different news sources via email. And I have a document that I put together a couple of years ago that is different, a list of different sources that you could go to their website and subscribe to their emails. And some of them I use, some I don't. Some are left, some are right, some are center. They're all over the board. So I try to, get different kinds of coverage there for you depending on what you're looking for. Doesn't matter which ones I go to, doesn't matter which ones you go to. It doesn't matter if you watch the Today Show and that's where you get your news, right? It's your list, you do you. But I do throw that out there as a resource. So that you will find link in the description box of the video, and it's actually the blog post for today's listing session. It's linked there. All right. With all of that said, anytime I do a kind of combo in the news list, I have to get a little creative because I'm still doing it on one spread. And now I have 2 months worth of news to fit in instead of 1 month's worth of news. So I've done it different ways in the past. Let me just pull out the brand new idea book. There is an in the news chapter. In all of the idea books. There are 4 idea books out there, Listing with Layle idea books. The first one was our first 3 years of lists, and then there's been a subsequent one, every year since. So this one was just released last month. When I look at this in the news, page 27. So you'll see different formats. Sometimes I get stuck on a format and do it the same way. Sometimes I totally change it up. So this would have been January of 2025. So it's, 1 month on 2 pages. This one is February and March of 2025, 1 month on 2 pages. So there I ended up an envelope, stamp and die. So I create a little pocket, put a bunch of photos from those 2 months from the news in that pocket, and then did kind of halvesy, half and half. Over here, April of 2025. If you are a golf fan, this could have been April of 2026 as well, because that is Rory McIlroy, and he won the Masters last year and this year. So totally different, right? And it just depends. So again, it's always a you do you. Sometimes I have pockets, sometimes I have more photos, sometimes I have fewer photos, sometimes I've got a little interactive element in the middle. It just kind of depends. So this would have been another one where I did one spread with 2 different months. That's what I'm doing today. One spread with 2 different months. So I ended up printing 2 types of photos. All right, 2 types of photos. I have, hi Serenity, nice to see you. I hope you had fun on the cruise. It looked like fun. So I did 2 different photos. These are both 5x7 photos. All right. So when we look at it like that, you're like, oh yeah, those are 5x7 pieces. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. That's what I use to print probably 99% of the photos that I put in my traveler's notebook. But the way that I get that 8 photos on one photo is with the Epson Creative Print app. That app is super powerful and it works with any Epson printer. Doesn't have to be the Epson PictureMate. There are other apps out there that are independent of a particular printer. Printicize, there's all different kinds of apps that you could use, but this is the one I use because it's the printer I use. With that printer, it lets me pick pre-configured templates. Like this is a pre-configured template. It is 5 inches tall by 7 inches wide. And in that template, it has room for 8 rectangular photos. This is another template. It is 5 inches wide by 7 inches tall, and it has room for 12 little square photos. So you just pick what the template you want, you push the photos into the little template, and then you print. All right. So I did this because originally, this is interesting now that I look at this, because I did something that's not going to work. When I thought I was doing this, my thought was I was going to put photos from 1 month here and photos from 1 month here. But I was doing a 5x7. But when I picked the 5x7, it really should have been like this, right? So I thought I was being so smart. I needed to pick the template that was really like this, right? So I could have my photos along the bottom. I can still make this work. I'll end up using these now because I can only fit 3 across the bottom. Sometimes I will use a photo like this, but really it would be more like this, and put it, say, over here. Let me find one of these just so now here we go. So that is a 5x7 photo. That is probably what I was thinking I was doing here when I did that this morning at the last minute, but I did it the wrong way. Because I want it to be 5 inches wide. So sometimes I will use just the entire photo with the mini photos like that. Sometimes I will cut them up, and I will cut them up. I don't think I have any that I've cut up in this one. Actually, this was one that I cut up. Little guys like that. Sometimes I will do this and make photo booth strips out of them, right? So if I just cut that as one piece and that as one piece, that would give me a photo booth strip. Sometimes I will cut them up into little individual teeny tiny photos. So in this case, I wouldn't need to buy a special, like smaller pocket printer to get my little photos, because I could print it this way and cut them up, or print it this way and cut them up. So now that I had a plan, and my plan now needs to change a little bit because I didn't print it the right way. I could do, let's just get out our trimmer and start trimming some things. I think what I'll do is I'll get the things trimmed. We'll look at what I think I will end up doing, and we'll finish it up when we start again, when we get together again on May 1st and 2nd for our next listing session, which will be a big celebration because it is that weekend is International Scrapbook Day. And you know what? You may say to me, "Oh, Layle, I'm not going to come. I don't scrapbook." And I say, "Well, guess what? I say it's a different term for memory keeping. It's a different term for documenting. It's a different term for basically scrapbooking is kind of an umbrella term. So if you don't like the term, but what you do is what we do, make lists, add photos sometimes, don't add photos sometimes. It's all kind of falls under that memory keeping umbrella. So it just happens to be called International Scrapbook Day. But what's fun about it is that it gives us a reason for a big celebration. And we will be listing lots of hours for that. We will be doing it on this printed crooked. We will be doing it on Friday night, Friday night, May 1st, and Saturday, May 2nd. So we'll do probably 4 or 5 hours on Friday night and probably 5 or 6 on Saturday. But stay tuned for that. All right. Okay. So now we've got all these little photos. And we know we have to get somewhere on here the months of February and March. I did not separate these little guys yet, but I need to because we have February. Even though this happened, the U.S. striking Japan, not Japan, excuse me. I have Japan on the brain because I was there part of this time. Basically, U.S. starting war with Iran. That happened in the very, very, very end of February, and I chose to put it in March because more has happened in March. So as I look at these, I'm just going to sort these. So I had that March. That is Mackenzie Childs. I never knew what she looked like until she passed away. Mackenzie Childs passed away in Victoria Mackenzie Childs. This is her name. But she passed away in March. She is the woman, the original woman behind the brand Mackenzie Childs, a higher end ceramic brand. Beautiful. She's kind of, her style was known like a black and white check work. Unfortunately, well, too unfortunate, I shouldn't even say that. She passed away. I said I wasn't going to give any, I wasn't to give any, uh, my heck, I wasn't going to give any opinion. She passed away. That is fact. And also fact, she lost her company at some point in her company's lifespan. Lost it to someone else that did not do her well. Anyhow, so that's who that is, Mackenzie Childs. I know of her because my friend Karen is a huge Mackenzie Childs fan. She's just collected it and loves it, and so that's why it hit my radar. That may not have hit your radar at all. You're like, I don't even know who that is. She wouldn't be on my list, and that's kind of goes back to the you do you. There are things that hit our radar that might not hit other people's radars. All right, here we go. So this is what I have. This is what I have for March, and this is what I have for, excuse me, this is what I have for February. This is what I have for March. So February, um, Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, disappeared. I used to watch the Today Show a lot, and so that hit my radar. The Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl. That hit my radar. The men's and women's hockey teams won Olympic gold in February. That also hit my radar. Now, there are more things on my list besides these things. So I don't always have photos for things on my list, and I might not have things on my list that I have photos for, right? So it just kind of works one hand or hand in hand. U.S. strikes Iran. In the month of March, the United States was the warmest March on record. Warmest March on record. That hit my radar. Oil prices have surged, and then Mackenzie Childs. So lots of other things that will be on my list as we look at my list over here. You can see way more things than photos, but so at some way I will figure out whether or not I do something like this. maybe, or whether I end up with the smaller ones. I have to figure out now that once I realized that what I had printed wouldn't necessarily work the right way. But that's actually kind of a good way to show you that how to get smaller photos out of a larger photo like that. So I could end up with something like this because all these little guys would fit if I wanted to do this and then say like March here and February here. I could do bigger photos here. I mean, I've got lots of options, right? Because I have lots of photos. But usually my in the news lists always have photos. They almost always have photos. So I'm going to do this. I am going to rotate the camera, and this is where we will end today. We will start our next listing session, which will be on May 1st, with this list. We will finish with this list. All right. Let me just get that rotated and try to get my mug out of the shot while I'm so close. All right, you guys. Thank you. If you missed the beginning when I shared this, I was in a not a good mood this morning. I was stomping around and just not in a good mood. And, we're not always in the best of moods. And so when I'm not in a good mood and then I have a lot to do on my list, and then I'm like, I'm listing, right? I'm just saying that all in my head. But I always, always, always know. I always know that as soon as we get started, I'm like, I'm so glad we did this. I'm always so glad because does a couple things for me, and I hope that it does a couple things for you. At least I hope you get something out of it, or probably find somewhere else to be because none of us have enough time to be doing something we don't get anything out of. Um, Number one, it just gives me a place to just kind of vent sometimes or just unload, right? And I didn't even really unload. I just talk and um, chat. It's like having my girlfriends here where I can just vent or talk about different things. And it just, takes my mind off of whatever I didn't know what I was in a bad mood about this morning. But the other thing it does is it gives me a place to create. That is a very important part of my life, but it's something that it feels like more of a luxury to me. So I usually put it at the bottom of my list. Like I said today, I'm like, oh, I want to do a junk journal where I'm making all my quotes and da da da. Well, that's a nice to have. It's not a have to have. And when you feel like you've got so many have to haves, the things that are really important to you a lot of times go to your nice to have list, even though really it's kind of a have to have, right? You know what I mean there. So this gives me what would normally be a nice to have, a have to have. Because if I tell you I'm going to be here, I'm going to be here. So thank you for that. Thank you for every time you guys show up. It gives me a reason to be here because if you didn't, I would not create very often for the sake of creating, which would make me really sad. And then just the whole, what Deborah is someone I know, and her son Joshua I've never met, but one of these days I will. And just what she shared with me, it made me so happy when she shared that. So that was a turn your frown upside down, like almost immediately. I just even got teary. So thank you guys for being with me here today. Just thank you, thank you, thank you for showing up and sharing when you share. And sometimes you're here at the beginning or the end or in the middle, and just no matter when you're here, or maybe you make the replay, just thank you. Thank you for being here. As I mentioned, we're not listing together next Saturday. I will be in Houston at Little Craft Fest. That would be the 25th of April. We will be together again, big weekend, May 1st to May 2nd. So watch the email for that. That will come out the beginning of that week. So stay tuned for that. And if you don't get my emails, go to laylebymail.com and sign up. There'll be a little box that pops up like after you're sitting there for about 10 seconds, and just sign up for email that way. All right, friends. I hope that I hope I did not miss anything. That's why it's so nice when Amy's here because she just is in there and not monitoring. She's what's the word? She is moderating, right? So she can answer questions and things like that. But sometimes I get so into what I'm doing and chatting and creating that I miss your questions. So or comments. If you had a question and I didn't answer it, either leave me a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat because I won't see it. Leave a comment on the video when it's over, or you can go to my website, laylebymail.com, and click contact us, and then we can chat that way. All right, friends, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a great rest of your weekend. Have a great next weekend, and I hope to see you Friday morning, May 1st, because Friday morning, May 1st is when I'll do the unboxing and the reveal of the brand new my brand new far and wide travel collection, which is very exciting. I think you guys will like it. All right, you guys, take care. Bye-bye. Bye. And yay for Reggie. He sat here the whole time sleeping, other than the time that Sam came in. Oh, I got to go on the other side. Got to go on the other side to stop us. All right, friends. Take care. Bye-bye.